citizenship. For a lot of people, don't only want to invest in Ghana, but they want to be part of the Ghanaian story. Now, the new law gives you an opportunity to do that. Depending on the amount of investment you're bringing, type of industry you're going in, the law allows you to be put onto a pathway to eventually becoming a citizen of Ghana, which is a good thing. So moving on here, I'd like to finally conclude by putting in a shameless plug. I'd like to invite all of you to the first Invest Ghana Summit. Now, every country has an investment summit. Ghana has never had one, but fortunately for us, this year we're going to have the first ever Ghana Investment Summit where you can come and explore all of the opportunities that are available in Ghana, build relationships and build partnership. It's going to be in November, I think second week of November. So I want you to note this on your calendar and make it a point to attend. And I hope that I have answered all the 3 questions that I said to answer: why you should invest in Ghana, where you can invest in Ghana, and how you can invest in Ghana. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Help me say thank you to the board chair of the GIPA, Mr. Kwesi Oppong-Fosu, together with the Deputy Chief Executive, Mr. Abdul Razak Baba, for painting a picture of openness, of opportunities, and optimism of our beloved nation, Ghana. Talking of investment opportunities, ladies and gentlemen, one beautiful area is in the area of tourism and the creative arts. We're honored to have the Sector Minister join us from Ghana. Make welcome the Honorable Chifa Abla-Gomashi, MP. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Let's go to a low-hanging fruit, the agricultural sector. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one area of investment across board where there's a lot of opportunity. Here to moderate a conversation on the agricultural sector, we're joined by the Chief Marketing and Communications Officer of the NAACP. She will be in conversation with the founder of Shea Yellen and an economist with Institute of International Finance. Would you please make welcome Abba Blankson, Rahama Wright, and Candice Reddy.
Good morning. So when Mr. Baba said he was going to go through 45 slides in the 15 minutes, I didn't believe him, but he actually did. So let's give him another round of applause. My name is Abba Blankson. I am the Chief Marketing and Communications Officer for the NAACP, or the NAACP, the United States' oldest and most consequential civil rights organization. Earlier in my career, I also did communications for USAID West Africa. And so I'm here in multiple capacities. I want to introduce my panel as we talk about agriculture and the opportunities therein. First, I want to introduce Candice Reddy. Candice is an economist at the Institute of International Finance, IIF, in Washington, D.C., where she leads the Institute's research and analysis on sub-Saharan Africa. Her work focuses on macroeconomic developments, capital flows, and investment trends across the region, with a focus on key emerging and frontier market economies. Candice, welcome. And then I also want to introduce Ms. Rahama Wright, founder of Shea Yellen. Rahama is the founder and CEO of Shea Yellen. She is a first-generation Ghanaian American. She was first introduced to shea production in 2002 during a State Department internship at the U.S. Embassy in Burkina Faso. She served in the Peace Corps in Mali and helped to create Shea Cooperative. So welcome.
Thank you.
So here's the outlook. So according to the African Development Bank, Africa holds 65% of the world's uncultivated arable land. And according to the FAO, smallholder farmers produce over 80% of the continent's food supply. We also know that food and agriculture markets run roughly $280 billion a year and is set to reach $1 trillion by 2030. So there's opportunity, right? Generally speaking, there's opportunity. So Candice, I want to start with you. Where do African economies stand right now, and what does that mean for the agriculture sector as an investment opportunity?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I think heading into 2026, Africa came in quite a good position. Growth averaged around 4.5% in sub-Saharan Africa. Inflation was coming down. Exchange rates were stabilizing across many economies, and financial or fiscal positions in the governments were also stabilizing. But then February 28th happened, and the Middle East conflict impacted fuel costs, fertilizer costs, shipping, and it also disrupted global supply chains in general and put a bit of a damper on financing conditions. So with that in mind, we expect slightly softer growth this year for the region, about 0.2, 0.3% lower, but it's still relatively resilient compared to other parts of the world. But there's pockets and uneven growth across the region. When it comes to the agricultural sector, I think the biggest channel it will flow through, there's several channels. And if we split it up into food-producing areas, you'll see potentially food security risk and inflation. But in the agricultural sector more broadly, you will see the high input costs feeding through, lower foreign exchange, and FX availability. So, I mean, while this conflict or this dilemma we faced, with including the Ukraine-Russia war and the general geopolitical tensions around the world, shows how exposed Africa is to the rest of the world. But at the same time, it also presents an investment case, which I'm sure we'll get through later on.
Yes, absolutely. So there's some challenges and also some opportunities. So Rahama, let me come to you. So you have built inside this sector. We often talk about cocoa, shea. You've built inside the sector for 20 years. What is working in African agriculture today that investors do not see or underestimate, that you have taken advantage of?
Yeah, so I've been in it for 20 years, but guys, I use shea butter, so black don't crack. So I started in this industry really not understanding a lot of what you just shared in terms of the macroeconomics. I was serving in the Peace Corps. I lived in a small rural village. I'm Ghanaian American. I never knew that shea butter came from Africa until I lived in the village and saw it myself. That is the problem. And I think it signifies how so much of Africa's resources are brought to market without benefiting African communities. So much of Africans' knowledge and resources are brought to market with people not even knowing that this is African. And being in the village, seeing women hand make this incredible product, and knowing that this product was being sold for tens of dollars, and these women were not even able to make 25 cents, really struck me. And I think that regardless of the sector that you may be in or representing, it is overdue for Africans to control their resources in a way where, one, people can recognize this is an African resource, this comes from an African community, and then two, it is financially benefiting the local community. And so when I launched Shealine, I did it with no capital. I did it with no understanding of the beauty industry. So short story, anybody can do it. And I really intentionally grew this business over 2 decades with it being rooted in the foundation of connecting local communities to the US marketplace in a way that these communities could financially benefit from the shea butter that they were making and financially benefit from a resource that was right in their backyards. And so for individuals who are looking to get into investment or business, I really want to encourage you to not only look at the market opportunity, but also look at the social impact you can create along the way.
Yeah, thank you for that. So often it is, we can literally look in our own backyards, right? And as you said, you didn't even know shea was coming from Ghana, Africa, and you were buying it at all of the stores.
Yeah.
And so sometimes we are missing the opportunities right in our own communities. The things that are investable, we don't actually have to look that far, right? And I like what you said about the fact that it is overdue. We heard Asante Hene say that yesterday. It is time, and pastime for us to control our own resources. And I think that's why there's so many people here and so many people that are committed to not only going back, but continue to invest over and over and over again. Candace, banks lend under 5% to agriculture in economies where it is 20 to 40% GDP. What does that mean? Is that pricing correct? How is that impacting the ability for folks to invest?
Yeah, I think to some extent there's kind of truths into both of what it being priced correctly and also not. So I think from a bank's perspective, the risks are quite real. The agricultural sector is exposed to seasonal cash flows, to climate and weather risks, commodity price volatility like we're seeing right now, policy uncertainty, and also on some level, weak collateral. So at the same time, I think traditional lending models kind of make agriculture appear riskier than it needs to be. And so, for example, if you think, for example, a bank financing a producer that's operating in isolation versus one that's part of a bigger value chain with credible buyers, with insurances, guarantees, and good credit record, it's a totally different scenario. And so I don't think it's in terms, I wouldn't necessarily say banks should just lend more. I think it's a matter of more managing agricultural risk or measuring it better and making it more financeable, if that makes sense.
Can I just add a little bit to that too, because as someone who started a business and did not have access to traditional capital, I am the norm, right? Most, even in this country, Black women are undercapitalized. And so I think that it's important when we talk about the capital discussion to think beyond traditional capital. And I've been really fortunate to be able to access other types of capital, grant capital. I've been able to tap into blended financing. And oftentimes we think that just because something is done a certain way forever and ever, that it always has to be done that certain way. And there needs to be creativity, and there needs to be a curiosity to say, what is a different way to do this, right? We built out a manufacturing facility not too far from here, and we were able to leverage philanthropic dollars because we have rooted in our business model social impact. So for those of you who are in the early stage entrepreneurship, startup space, maybe you don't have the ability to tap into, seven-figure financing from a banking institution. Be creative, really think about, well, what are other ways I can get access to capital? Is there a way of building in social impact that gives me access to grant capital? Is there a way to partner with another organization that might be larger than me, which is one of the things that we did, to be able to leverage fiscal sponsorship to get access to capital? And, some of the issues that we're dealing with, they've been rooted in the community for so long that we cannot rely on old systems to change these problems. We have to create new systems. We have to be willing to try new and different things. And we also have to be willing to fail at it. I think oftentimes when we think about business, we don't really understand that part of business is failing over and over and over again, and you have to keep trying, right? And I think that the hesitation to do investments in some of these markets is because there's this perception that it's not going to work. But part of business is it's probably not going to work for a little bit, but then all of a sudden it does.
No, thank you for that. So what I heard you say was innovation and creativity, because some doors will close to you, right? But that doesn't mean you need to stop, and you can kind of find different ways of doing things. Yesterday, Boris Kodjoe talked a lot about partnership and collaboration.
Yeah.
And in that, if you leave this room without talking to somebody else or figuring out maybe they're working on a grant that can benefit what you are working on, right? And so have those conversations. This is the space to do it. This is the room to do it. So thank you for that. And now your products are at Whole Foods, Macy's, MGM Resorts. What did you set up in order to be able to do that? in addition to the investments and the grants and what you just talked about?
Well, to get into U.S. retail is something that I did not initially plan for the business. Initially, I wanted to be an aggregator. I wanted to connect shea butter producers to large companies that were already using shea in their products. I was not thinking about creating a brand. I was not thinking about getting into retail distribution. But then what I realized as I was going down this path is that the system was not designed for these small-scale shea producers to succeed, meaning that most of shea butter is not made in Africa. In the same way, someone yesterday was talking about how cocoa, most of the, cocoa, the chocolate making is not happening in Ghana. And it's the same thing. It's raw materials being shipped out in bulk to commercial processing centers in Europe and Asia, and then global distribution happens. And so when you look at that supply chain, it's not including the people at origin. And so there are contracts and buying contracts that have been established for decades and with these larger companies that you can't really break into. And I learned that as I was trying to do it. And then I realized there has to be another chain, there has to be another pathway. And this is where building and launching an actual brand came into play. And with getting into retail, it's not easy. Staying in retail is not easy. COVID dramatically impacted our retail presence. And it revealed to me another problem, which is manufacturing. And being able to create a product and get that product on those shelves. And so that created another business. So as you can see, we're kind of piecemealing, creating what the gaps in the market are showing us. First, at the beginning, these local communities don't have access to the infrastructure, the training, and the knowledge. So we addressed that by creating cooperatives, working with them, providing them processing centers and facilities and even capital to build and grow, and then getting on market and shelf, right? Trying to figure out the market access piece. And now this third problem, the manufacturing and creating a finished good. And so throughout each journey, it's been how do we solve these problems that systematically have been exclusive?
So I see that you brought some samples here, and I'm hoping that you're going to be able to pass out some samples before the session is done. But Candace, we have things like AGOA and other sort of trade policies. AGOA expires December 31st. Thinking about the macroeconomics of it, what does that mean as folks are looking to get into agriculture?
Yeah, I mean, when you're dealing with the continent like Africa, the impact will be quite diverse, and it's not necessarily the large economies that are going to feel the impact of potentially lapsing AGOA. So if you take, for example, Kenya, Madagascar, Lesotho, who built export industries largely directed towards preferential access in the US market, those are much smaller economies, but very exposed. Whereas larger economies and more diverse economies like South Africa will feel less of an impact. Although there will be certain industries, some agriculture, some autos, maybe some manufacturing. But coming to your question, I think if AGOA were to lapse, there's two things that will happen. So first, the products that were getting preferential access now face higher tariffs, and they lose competitiveness. And then secondly, and I think a more important and bigger issue is the level of uncertainty that creates for investors. So if I'm an investor looking to increase production, destined or wanting to explore export to the US market, I want to know what does that look like in 3 to 5 years from now, not a few months from now. And so I would say definitely, even though this potentially could lapse, it also creates an opportunity. I'm an optimist by nature. And as much as the US market is important to African businesses, there has to be more diversification into regional markets and the broader global market.
Absolutely, I could not agree more. I mean, the writing has been on the wall for a while, and I know people are always like, don't get too political, right? Y'all, Africa, Africans, the diaspora, we do not have time. There are so many systems that are just not working for us that we shouldn't always be like, well, let's be careful, let's tiptoe around this. If AGOA does not get renewed, we need to not only rely on these trade policies. And someone said it before. We have all of the resources within the diaspora, we have all of the resources on the continent to be our own problem solvers. I could not agree more with what you said, but we talked about this, the importance of regional trade, the importance of improving transit between African countries so it's easier for us to trade with each other. Those are the things that we need to be focused and working on instead of relying on a trade policy that frankly is outdated and not truly addressing the concerns of Africans. Am I wrong on this? And I think too often we wait to see what will happen. We've waited long enough and we're seeing what's happening. Look at how you talked about this, the wars in the Middle East are affecting Africa and agriculture on the continent. Look at how the war in Ukraine is affecting Africa and agriculture on the continent. We truly cannot simply just be the receivers of the negativity of other people's policies. We have to be the ones who are in charge of our destiny and saying enough is enough and be our own solution providers.
Now, I was going to ask each of you for a final thought, but you have just given us our final thought. And what I heard you say was that the time is now and we are all fully empowered to not only contribute, but to add value and create lasting impact. So thank you for your time, Candace and Rahama. And nobody has come up, so I am good on time. Oh, you are right here. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Great job.
And I believe the Ghanaian in your name worked the magic. You're right on time. Please, a round of applause for the moderator. A group picture, please. A group photo, photographers. And while they're that, I ask for help with the podium. We're going to explore another important area, which is Africa's creative economy, the billion-dollar soft power play. A lot of themes have come up. One of interdependence,
to understand how the financing is also going to be creating manufacturing to be able to really get, we talk about value chain creation, but so closer to value chain, which means retaining more. Yeah.
I shall take a few more.
Hi. I'm Ambassador Kumson from Ambassador of Ghana to US. I believe the issue of AGOA reauthorization was mentioned. It has been reauthorized. Yes, just for the information. Yeah, so that's excellent news. Thank you very much.
And I believe a round of applause is in order. AGOA certainly has been reauthorized. We now have the chance of hearing from the founder, Brand Leadership and Brand Africa, who would walk us through an amazing presentation on Africa's creative economy, the billion-dollar soft power play. Make welcome Dr. Thebe Ikalefang. Oh, he's a South African. Make the applause loud, longer. They like it long.
You confused me. I thought the other guy's coming up. That guy's not coming down. He said to me that the Ghanaians were coming.
So she's not here.
I was just conferring with the Ghanaian here who doesn't understand the schedule. Because me, I was fast asleep here, waiting for my turn in 20 minutes time. Good afternoon, good morning, good everything. Good morning. I just wanted to check whether we're all here, we're asleep, we're awake. Sorry, this is not working. Let's just get technology to work for us a minute. I should have stayed in Africa. Everything works there. Everything works in Africa. What's wrong with this remote? There you go, there you go, there you go, there you go. I hope you guys have fun. I've got 15 minutes to say nothing, and then you've got 15 minutes to hear everything. So I think we'll get that done in a second. So I'm from South Africa, but I've been to every country in the continent. Wait, this thing is a disaster, guys. This is a mess. Hello? Okay, so is it working now? What? Huh? Okay, sharp. I'm from South Africa, but I think I'm not from South Africa. I think I'm a Pan-African. I've been to every country in the continent, and every single country surrounding the continent that the Europeans are still holding on to until we get them back from them. But for now, the thing is not working, right? So what do? I just point. Okay, I'll point. Next. So our problems, as you all know, happened in 1884. A bunch of white guys sat around the room in Germany, and they decided to cut up the continent into little pieces and decided, I mean, they were saying things like, I don't mind to get a good chance, I don't mind a chance of getting a slice of the magnificent African cake. So they said they cut up the continent into what they'd like. And then they were saying things, interestingly, by the way. They say if the Africans think that anything that is foreign and English is good and greater than their own, they will lose their self-esteem, and we will get them to do whatever they want. So you can see our problems are quite many. But let's talk about it, how they've succeeded in that. When you look at the creative economy, it's a $3 trillion economy, and we only account for 3% of that. And now we are what, 18% of the global population? But if you look at it, we're only at 3% of the economy. So clearly the numbers are not as we say in South Africa, the numbers are not numbering. So it's two unequal sides of the economy. On the supply side, we've got the talent, we've got the IP, we've got the skills. But on the demand side, if you look at it, who's buying it? We've got the numbers as well. We've got the people who are ready to consume what we have. We've got the youngest mobile-first audience on earth. 60% of Africa's population under the age of 25. So I can see they're all here in the room today. So all under 25, right, in the room? Just want to make sure I'm speaking to the right market. I'm not speaking to people who, you're under 20, you're the only one over 25, I can see that, Ma. 170 million strong market in the diaspora who are ready to consume what we have. And then let me just tell you, they're consuming it through film, through music, and all those. If you look at Nollywood, I've got a few Nigerians here, they're going to dispute everything I've said, but that's fine. We can deal with it outside. But you know, I love Nigerians because I think Nigerians, they make, every time they think of an idea, they come up in a minute. They are producing, they try to outdo Hollywood at making movies. They conceive it, and the movies are all about witchcraft, about this and everything else, all African stories, which are true and authentic. So these days we have no problems telling our stories our own way. And the talent base, we've got it. For music, for film, for gaming, we've got the talent in abundance. So talent is not really the constraint. The issue is the infrastructure. I think yesterday Boris was here. Boris here somewhere. We spoke about it. The infrastructure and the capital are the main issues. For us. But what we do have, we have the confidence. I mean, look at Thebe Magugu, not me. So, Thebe Magugu, the first African to win the Global Louis Vuitton prize, not an African prize, a global prize for design. And he, when they said to him, "Come, move to," they said to move to Paris to be close to Louis Vuitton. He's like, "No, the source of my inspiration is here in Africa, in South Africa. I cannot move there." And literally, he flies in and out of Paris because he says what inspires him is the confidence he gets for design is in the African continent. And that's what I love about Thebe. What we do love as well is that technology is doing to creativity exactly what mobile money did to banking. Creation costs have collapsed because everybody who's got a phone now is a creator. Everybody who's got a phone is a creator. The algorithms are the new distributor. The new distributor, and fintech is the missing bank. They are financing all our ideas better than before. But what's interesting as well is that the attention is African, but the money, unfortunately, is non-African. Because we're not making any money out of this. So I know many of us are going to speak about Lami and all those, but 50 to 60% earn less than $100 per month. So we can do better when it comes to this. But some of the people who are disrupting this, Kabi Lame. You know, Kabi Lame from Senegal, Italian. No, we can't say Italian because it doesn't look Italian. Let's just say Senegalese, our Senegalese brother. He's got the biggest following on TikTok, but only makes what, like, I can't remember, he makes about $10 million. But, clever guy, he sold his rights to Rich Sparkle and for $975 million. That's a brother who knows his value. You know, Sibam Tongwana, South African girl, 150 million households globally just from cooking South African food on Food Network. You look at people like Bazoma from here. Bazoma says, he speaks to Jimmy Fallon and says, Jimmy, let's come up with the show on brand. And what that does is he puts an African voice in the room. So the stories that are coming through are African stories. The recognition and collaboration is the future. And that's doing the heavy work. My brother here, Camille from MyPad, he understands that. He says, let me get Africans around the world in the diaspora to connect. Paul spoke yesterday about how it's important for us to connect, that before we leave the room, we must make sure that we've met and spoken to everybody, to at least 3 people. So connection are important. Collaboration is accelerant. I mean, you look at UMG buying Maven Records, not just licensing its songs. You look at Rich Sparkle, I spoke about it. He spoke about Bozoma thing. These are just the high-profile examples. But there's collaborations happening at a level that we don't understand. So that's why the question, we must ask ourselves, really, who needs CNN, who needs BBC, who needs Al Jazeera, who needs CCTV from China? We don't need any of them because we are broadcasting everywhere now and we don't need permission anymore to tell our stories. Because our audiences, the audiences, 59% of Nigerians now get their news from social media. Just go and look at social media, that's where the news are. We don't need a TV anymore. We don't need a TV more. And what we also realize is you look at some of the moments which have changed the continent, whether it's EndSARS, whether it's Feast Must Fall in South Africa, whether it is the Arab Spring, all of them were driven through social media. So social media is the driver now. The new studio fits in your pocket or in your hand. You know, this is Gen Z, the whole day like this. That's all they do all day. The fingers are in trouble. But perception isn't soft power, it is the economic input. I think I mentioned yesterday that if you look at the study which was done by Africa No Filter, $4.2 billion extra in interest, that's what we pay because of the negative perceptions about the continent. Because of the negative perceptions that people have about us, we have to pay a premium. Just to pay. But if you look at what Chimamanda said, is the problem with stereotype is not that they're untrue, but that they are incomplete. They make the one story become the only story. Because they are creating all these narratives about the continent which make it expensive for us to participate. But if we don't challenge them, they become the only story. And that's why it's important for us to challenge them. So 4 things no other region can claim at once. We've got the demographic weight. 70% under the age of 30. You've got what, 40% or so of the working population by 2030. So it could either be a democratic advantage or a demographic disaster if we don't take advantage of that. The second thing, authentic culture. You know, we're not trying to be American. I mean, I lived in this country, I went to school in Italy, but I left the accents right where I found them. I left the accents and the culture right where I found them. I stayed with my African one because we are very confident about our culture, about where we come from. We no longer need to fit in. because we already stand out, and standing out is how we're going to succeed. What we also know, this is a generation that's building natively creators who never had the legacy media. They don't have to worry about learning how to hold those big cameras, these funny looking things here, because they got their little camera in their hands and they can create the same content, if not better and faster. And we've got the numbers, as I've said. So the $58 billion of the creative economy, that's just the starting point. It's estimated by 2030, we will account for 10%. It's still not the 18% that we should be at a minimum, but we'll get there. But here's my problem. My problem is when you look at intellectual property, we come up with ideas, but somebody else registers them. Or we're sitting on ideas. So if you look at whether it's patent filings or trademarks, we account for less than 2%. The other guys, the Chinese, I think when they just dream, they just register. They come up with an idea. Before the idea comes out of their mouth, they already trademark it. They patent it. But we just keep going. We sit on things, and then we tell people, but they stole my idea. You know, in IP, when I studied IP, and in IP, you may come up with the idea, but the person who owns it is the one who's trademarked it. So that's why if there's one little advice for you, whenever you think of an idea, register it. Register it. The other thing that I worry as well is that we spend less than 1% of our money in research and development. How are we going to come up with ideas if we are not investing in research? We are not researching. So you look at the global average, just under 2%. We are under 0.5% in sub-Saharan Africa, at least. For us to be able to create and to play, we must spend money on research and development. So for the last 16 years, I've led the study. That's probably the only global study on brands in the world. That's probably the most quoted and most researched. I'm sure everybody who's got a PhD on branding in Africa would have researched some of the work I do, or would have it somewhere in the thing. And this is what I found in my study. Only 15% of the brands that Africans, we spoke about brands earlier, 15% of the brands that Africans admire are made in Africa. Africans are very xenocentric. They don't buy anything with the label made in Africa. They speak a good game. Because 80% of them, they say, oh, I love Africa. Africa is my country, my continent. Me, I'm African. I'm proud to be African. But we can go through all of you right now. We can do a survey right now. Check everything. There'll be a fake Gucci bag. There'll be a fake Louis Vuitton bag. Africans would rather have a fake Western brand than a real African brand in their possession. That's our problem that we have. So if you look at some of the brands that I've looked at, Nike, I was chief marketing officer for Nike for 6 years. And the crazy thing about Nike, #1 brand in the continent for 10 years in a row. Overall. #1 in the continent for 10 years in a row. The only brand that comes close is MTN at number 11. And then Dangote, and then Trade Kings, and Adlos from Nigeria, Jumia, German, Nigerian, ShopRite, South Africa, Ethiopian Airlines, DSTV, South Africa. The French have taken DSTV, they've bought it now. Because the other problem with Africans is, as soon as we reach a certain level of success, we want to sell. What do the Western people do? As soon as they reach a certain level of success, they're going to buy your brands so they can scale. But we want to cash up as soon as we get a chance. We are not patient enough. And we don't know how to create leverage and scale. We just know how to buy money so we can go to Greece and go lie on the beach and tell people we've arrived. Or go to that other idea called Dubai. Or is it a country? If you look at also where our money is, technology and telecommunications are obviously the big areas. But I always say, with Africans, look at this, #1, electronics, because we're all on phones. We're all on phones. Matter of fact, the one slide I didn't put up here is the top categories for African brands. is always telecommunications, money, and alcohol. If we're drunk, talking, and we got cash, we're doing well. And the top categories for non-African brands is fashion, motor vehicles, and technology. But us, get us drunk, get us talking, we're doing well in life. Therefore, we haven't learned, because I think that was the secret on how we got colonized. Get them drunk and inebriated, either on the Bible or alcohol, while we get the country. So if you look at just pure African brands dominated apparel, consumer, telecoms, and just a list of that. Africa does not need to export content, it just needs to own its brands. We just need to create and to own our own brands. Once we do that, we are able to compete in the world. We can't compete right now because we've got the ideas, but we don't own them. We're not even putting money into getting better ideas or refining our ideas. Content is it's a song, whether it's a film, it's a post, whatever it is. A brand is a name that people trust enough to follow across categories. If you look at great brands like Dangote, he can open a refinery, he can sell flour, he can sell oil, because we trust Dangote. So the 4 questions I want to leave with you today, because I want to make sure that when we come and sit here and we talk and we talk and we talk, or when we leave here, the first one is capital. What does patient, sector-literate capital for African creative ventures really look like? And who's willing to sign that first check? Patience. Patience. The second one is infrastructure and policy, connectivity, IP protection. I told about that. Tax incentives. African governments are not investing in us. They're not helping us along. We are all on our own, folks. All these people want to do, they just want to get the power. We are on our own. The third thing is platforms and monetization. With over half of African creators earning only $100 million, who's going to fix it? Who's going to fix the pay gap? Finally, who moved it? Finally, how does the diaspora convert from remittance sender to equity holder in the culture it already funds? And my last slide, with a minute and a second, or the second left, is to say the creative economy is Africa's best chance yet to participate meaningfully in the global economy. So I hope I've left you with some things to think, and that you're going to take them into the future. You want to know more a little bit about African brands? Just go to my African brand site. It's www.brand.africa. So www.brand.africa, that's where the repository of brands for the last 16 years is. Anything about brands in Africa and African brands, you'll find it all there. Thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful time here.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause, Dr. Thebe Ikalafang. And so now that we've been prepared in heart and in mind, let us receive this wonderful conversation that's bordering on Africa's creative economy, the billion-dollar soft power play. Make welcome the panelists, Rudy Kwache, Koshi Mills, Camille Olufowabi, Boris Kojo, and Akona Cook.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
You know, I have a sneaky feeling that they cued the song because they wanted us to dance in a line here. Because I've not heard anybody being cued to music. We caught that. I think we're missing a final panel member who will be joining us very soon, or shortly, because I was here with it.
Sorry.
Oh, you're here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is actually a dream assembly for me, because we've got the civics and the politics, we've got the money, we've got the creators, and we've got the screen god. And the storyteller is actually about to join us also. And I'm doing that in front of Ghana's Minister of Tourism and Culture, Madam Good Morning. Madam Jifa Gomashi, please give it up for joining us. She came all the way for this panel, actually. It's like, I have to listen to this. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Rudy Kwashi, and I serve as the Chief of Staff for the Millennium Excellence Foundation. That's the all-day job. The one that I do under the table, I'm also a culture curator. I run festivals, tours, concerts, the likes. I fix things in culture. And today, it's a beautiful, beautiful morning to actually have this panel, because we are going to dive in straight. You know, like I said, the person who cast the check, and she has a big checkbook. So today we'll be making some checks. But please welcome our panelists. I'm going to shoot straight to Akuna. I read your newsletter this week, why I left the State Department, and I was intrigued. And you made some pretty interesting points in there. Why you're living, you left a government appointment in the biggest government in the world into a place where everybody almost cries that they don't make money in culture. And yet, that's probably the most lucrative part, but hardest to lift. Why would you take such a step? I want that one sentence of why you decided to do that, because that's a little bit on the left side for me.
One sentence. So the shortest answer is that I spent 20 years in diplomacy, law, and all of that was trying to figure out how to drive investment into the Black community, whether that's in Africa, whether that's in the diaspora. And quite frankly, what I kept coming across is that the stories about Africa, the stories about Black people were negative. And when you're making investment decisions, you're making them based on your perceptions. You're making them based on the stories and images that are in your mind. And the stories and images that were in people's minds around the world was that Africa's a scary place, it's a far place, it's a corrupt place. And I knew that if we were continuing to pay that $4.2 billion stereotype tax, if we didn't challenge that, that we would continue to face these economic challenges. And so for me, while I was in the administration, I focused a lot on the creative industries, not only because of the need to really change this narrative, but also because of all of the development outcomes. This is the largest industry that employs young people around the world, and Africa is obviously a very young continent. But I understood that if we wanted to change this narrative, we needed different stories. And so my decision was really the logical, extension of that. If we could change the story, we changed the valuation, and then we changed the outcomes. And so that's why I...
So why wouldn't your money just go straight into the PR? Why would you want to go to the source of telling the stories?
Because the stories are what travels. I mean, human beings, we understand our world through storytelling. And more importantly, we understand our world through visuals, through imagery. There are a lot of studies that show that that's really what changes people's hearts and minds is imagery. So I always say culture eats strategy for breakfast. So the strategy, you're talking about investing in strategy, and that's important, but you have to invest in culture. And so we actually realized that we needed to also focus on content. What is the content that the world is consuming about Africa? How do we change that? And we change it by changing who gets to give that first yes. I was talking to Boris earlier today, and it's who gets to say yes to the idea. Right now, all of the gatekeepers who decide what content you watch don't look like you. They don't understand your stories, and they don't even value your stories. They get to tell you what is and isn't authentically African. They get to tell you what you and the audiences around the world want to watch, and they do it without data, just based on their own biases. So we understood that if we wanted to disrupt that, we needed to find new pools of capital, and we needed to find those capitals from people who were aligned with what we wanted to do and get them to understand that this was actually the strategic place to put funds.
So I'll jump straight to Boris, because you said the people that decide what we consume, what we watch, what we listen to, don't look like us. You've done screen tests, you've been to rooms, you've fought for parts, you've got projects greenlit. How important is the person who's greenlighting it looking like you? Is that a factor in the decision for the project to move forward?
Yeah, I mean, for the time being it is. But I think we're moving in a direction where it doesn't matter, because we are going to be in charge of what we produce, develop, and what we put out, and how we put it out, through which channels, and how we monetize it. So yes, for the time being, but everything is moving towards Africa, and the creative industry is no different. 1.5 billion people, 900 million smartphones. The traditional Hollywood model is broken. You cannot produce movies for $50, $60, $70 million anymore, because they just don't return any yields. So as consumer behavior changes, so do the ways we deliver content. Mobile only will be a big factor in the future, where you will get all your movies straight to your phone. And then other ways of distribution, because the creative industry is such that the creator economy now is a big player, and they all have their own distribution. So these things change really fast, because technology is a great equalizer. So yes, to answer your question, yes, it still matters, but I am banking on the future, where we will be instrumental in not just controlling our narrative and telling our stories, but also being in charge of who reaches us and who we reach. Because when we produce in Africa, we produce local, but it's for global consumption. And the creative industry is not regulated by borders. So you can produce a movie in Zimbabwe and people can watch it in South Korea. So the industry is much different from other sectors, because there's not a lot of resistance when you have distribution. And that's why it's so important what Akuna is saying, because actually some of the data that I shared with you guys yesterday was based on the work that she has done with Parrot Analytics. And that's the new and that's the real data that we can look towards in order for other people to understand how viable this proposition is.
Oh, and just to plug that in, if you actually haven't gotten that report with Next Generation and Parrot Analytics, I think you need to digest it. If you really want an unbiased, clean, Africa-focused look into the creative cycle and the economy, you need to read that report. We got to put that out.
Can I say like 30 seconds on that? So the reason we did that report is because when we started going around to financiers, they kept telling us, how are you sure that there's even an audience for this? How are you sure that this content is even in demand? And of course, I'm thinking that's the most ridiculous thing I've heard. Of course it's in demand. Of course it's traveling. But without that concrete data that they could point to and say, here is an unbiased a measurement around the world of where this content goes, Black content, it travels all over the world, it's making money all over the world. And so we wanted to really just put it out there so that the entire ecosystem, everybody who is raising money for their projects that are creative, could have a comprehensive study looking at content and what's happened to that content. And this is something that we're going to continue to do, because we have been under, the data out there on Africa has been under-researched and undersupplied. This was the first comprehensive landscape study on African content, to my shocking surprise, that had ever been done. And so we're really putting out there as a public good. And so if you haven't taken a look at it, it's at nextnarrativeafricafund.com on our Insights page, and you can find it there.
Camille, I should straight to you.
Talk
You
to
run
me.
a project, most important what?
Most influential.
Most influential persons.
People of African descent around
Okay.
the world, yes.
My question based on that project is, how important is it to find those influential people? And what's your end goal?
Absolutely. First and foremost, let me just say thank you, Rudy, and thank you to the organizers of this. Let's give them a round of applause. This has been an amazing few days in DC. So my name is Camille, and I'm privileged to be the co-founder of the most influential people of African descent. I've been working with the United Nations for the last 10 years to recognize the contributions of people who look like you and I around the world. I'm talking from Argentina to Zimbabwe, right, where we identify some of the best and brightest. Largest population of people of African descent outside of Africa, anybody?
Brazil.
Brazil, absolutely. And there's a massive population of our people globally. I've been privileged to see the world and see our people. And one of the things that excite me is that African content is global. We have a global market to sell it to. But what I want to do on this panel is to tell the hard truth. And the hard truth is that the soft power that we've built in Africa today, with Afrobeats, with fashion, with music, with Ghana, with everything we've done, it is not enough. I'm going to say it again, it is not enough, right? So we need to convert that soft power, right, into tangible results for our nations. So I'm a global strategist, so I'm going to use a very quick example. K-pop. K-pop, anybody? Yeah, K-everything? That was not built by private sector alone. It was the government of Korea that got involved in getting K-pop into every aspect of our lives. Let me make a tangible point. The Korean passport is the #2 most powerful passport on the planet. You can check it out. Higher than the American passport. For those of us in the room, the Nigerians, passport is 90. Ghana is 48. The most powerful passport on the continent is Seychelles, number 23. South Africa is 46. My point is we need to turn this soft power that we have gotten, like you said, we've done that. We're changing the narrative. The capital will follow that. The investor confidence, you said that yesterday, it was brilliantly said. But we need to focus on ownership. We don't own the Netflix platforms. We don't own Spotify. We don't own these things. If the US government sanctions African countries today, they can pool. I used to work with MasterCard. When the US sanctioned Russia, they pulled everything. Russia could not make payments globally. So the core message, the hard truth that I want to share today is our soft power, as powerful as it is not enough. We need to start focusing on building core infrastructure, ownership, own the platforms, the payment rails, own it. That's the message. And I'll let the conversation keep flowing. You said something yesterday I want to tackle you on about government. You said, let's just leave them. I strongly believe that the reason why we're not winning yet is because we're not using the tool of government. When you look at America today, America's winning today because they're using the power of government to shake the world. This is a very important point. Government is a tool that we all run from in Africa because we don't understand it. We're scared of it. We avoid it. But when you're talking $1 billion, you're talking about tax incentives. You're talking about investor confidence. You did an amazing job, by the way, right? Investor confidence. All of that is government. So we can't avoid it. And I'm going to close by just saying this. In working with the UN for 10 years, I thought I knew government. I went to Africa, went to work for a government in Africa. I came back running. I'm back in the US now. But I wrote a book about it.
So you see, Camille, that was where I was coming.
That's where you were going, right?
My question, my jumping would be, chicken and egg.
Yeah.
Which one comes first? Because you said the U.S. is using government.
Government.
But the thing is government that is using business to fight or to execute all of these things. So who should take the first step? Because my minister is here. I'm looking at her like that.
Right. I'm just saying this. Here's the point. Government is a very powerful tool. Listen,
Yes.
government has far-reaching implication in every aspect of our lives, from the birth certificate to you traveling to the investors that we bring to. Have you ever had an investor who wants to come in and they can't get a visa to come into the country? Government has such a far-reaching impact on every aspect of our lives, but we ignore it because we don't understand it. We avoid it. But bottom line, the good news is that going into Africa, working, I sat in Abuja, I was a special advisor, presidency, trade ministry, all of it. I was in charge of the president's travel investment itinerary. What I experienced working in government in Africa, I realized it's such a powerful tool. We all hate it, we don't understand it, but it is the tool that will liberalize and turn the soft power into hard power that can really give us leverage. And
Oga, you have been in there. My
Yes.
question is simple. Who takes the first step in this? Because you see, there's also the part where we make it, especially for creatives, whenever these conversations come, and I've heard it from investors, we put the burden of proof on the creative themselves. When a film fund, a film tax, a film haven, all of these are powerful government tools, but the creative has zero power to execute that. So I just want to understand who needs to take the first step here.
So I'll just say that I spent my career in commercial diplomacy.
Testing.
Mike,
So I'll just say quickly, as somebody who is an expert in commercial diplomacy, there is no company in this country, the United States of America, that does not have a strong government relations team that is constantly, whether it's at the State Department, the Commerce Department, the Defense Department, it is oftentimes where they get their capital. It is oftentimes where they get the influence to get the laws that they need to make sure their companies succeed. And we cannot say African countries just sit back and let the private industry, it won't work. You're up against competitors who know how to leverage their governments. And I think that's actually a place where the diaspora, especially the diaspora in the United States, can be much more powerful and organized, because we pay taxes. So why should all of our tax dollars only go to help companies that don't look like us and don't operate on the continent? Now, to Boris's point, which I think is made, is that we can't just sit around and wait for African countries to act, because the businesses also need to be racking up the leverage they need to work with the governments effectively. But there's no question that governments have a role to play.
Koji, you're a storyteller.
Yes.
You document stories. In
Yes.
running through all of this and hearing all of us trying to find that framework,
Yeah.
what's the first step that we need to take?
First of all, hi, I'm Koshi Mills, and I've been enjoying this really heated declarations, because that's what I call it. You can't run away from what infrastructure is needed to get us as far as we can go, but we also live in a real world, right? There's so much differentiation from country to country, government to government, and the problem is we're fragmented. That's the problem. The core issue that we have is fragmentation. We don't have a system where we mobilize in unison. That's the problem. Like you just explained, Camille, you said K-pop, there was a dedicated, intentional move to make this a success, and every single person was invested in it. And I've been in this business for over 3 decades, and it started with me managing my sons in the entertainment industry, and behind the scenes, I saw what it was like to be behind the scenes and the business of behind the scenes. And most of the times we're so concerned about the front looking instead of the back room. The back room is where all the power lies. How you structure your deal is how the power lies. When you come up with an idea, don't just run around and talk about it. What's the first thing you do? You own it. You create the IP behind it. You make sure you document that this copyright is mine, patent it, own it. before you take steps to, get it done or whatever. But back to that conversation is the fragmentation is what's killing us. And to your point, Akuna, diaspora is key. If we in the diaspora can intentionally mobilize, create a bridge, an intersection, a cross path where we can co-produce things and bring the other side together and create that investment funds where we don't have to ask for other people. We have individual successes. That's our problem. We're too individualized in our success. We need to make it cohesive, and we need to make it powerful by breaking down the fragmentation pieces and coming together.
Can I just jump in here? I just wanted to clarify what I meant. What I said was that I believe government is the ocean liner and the private sector is the speedboat. And I think that obviously governments have to be intentional and calculated when it comes to governance, diplomacy. There's so many things on the table that they have to consider that we don't have to consider when we're in the private sector. So if we want to get something done, we have to do the recognizance, we have to do the work in terms of capital allocation, and then bring it to the table so that it can match up with the government mandates. So when I say I do my work and then I go to the government, I get their support, what that means is my alignment, or let's say the alignment of private sector and government and government is absolutely imperative and important, but the way we get there is such that we can move faster in providing all the information that the government needs in order to make a decision, right? So I was just talking about 2 seconds ago, and we're talking about tax incentives. There's ways to implement tax incentives in different countries to move forward creative industries, no matter where you are. Because there's various structures that you can implement that fit the mandate of the government that will help us in the private sector to help contribute to the GDP. And the creative industry is a huge driver of economic development in Africa.
We'll probably need 2 hours more to do this, but I have a framework called African Solutions for African Problems. All of you have experienced Africa in its raw form, and you've also been in systems that actually work, that you've seen it scale. But let's find that African solution for the African problem. Looking at the creative industry, Akuna, what is it? Just the financing or underwriting the story, underpinning it? What's the African solution that exists now that will solve the African problem, not the global African problem? What exists now?
So I actually believe that there are African solutions for global problems, and I do think that this is an area where Africa can pioneer different ways for the creative industries to exist. So for us, yes, it's financing. We need, nothing moves. We live in a capitalist society. We need capital to function. So financing and disrupting the financial systems and how content is financed is important, how these platforms and distribution is financed, we need to disrupt that. But the other part of it is we need to think about the infrastructure, and that, yes, that includes the regulatory environment. We need production incentives and tax incentives in more countries. Right now, it's South Africa and Morocco that have it, and that's nowhere near acceptable. If the continent is going to become an international center for production, we need to expand that.
So a quick one. Since you said this is under the auspices of the Asante, there's an Asante saying that if you want to talk to God, you speak to the wind. What you've just said, you are speaking to Goddess, and you've spoken to the wind. Let me skip straight to Camille. African solutions for African problems in the creative space.
Absolutely. It's about narrative. I'm going to leverage what he said yesterday. We have to own that narrative, because the narrative is what determines where the capital goes, right? And if we own that narrative, ownership is very important for us as Africans, because content is not just entertainment, it's programming. I'll give you another, very clear statistics. The US government, the State Department, and the Defense have spent more money supporting Hollywood, creating military movies. A lot of the action movies
America
you watch,
never win. They never
do
lost
that,
in
right?
any movie.
So it is programming. They spend money. They actually give money to filmmakers.
Correct.
Right? So we can control that narrative. So African solution to an African problem is that we need to get our entire system of governments to support the creative industry and not see it as it's just Burna Boy and it's just, you know, so and so, right?
Madam, another one has come to you.
Absolutely.
Let's go to Boris. African solutions, and I mean, I'm super interested in yours because you've straddled both sides.
Yeah.
What's the one step we need to take?
Well, I mean, Akuna said it. Africa was the solution to most global problems for the last 300 years. That's the truth.
Please underline that.
That's the truth.
Underline that.
That's the truth. We have been the solution to most of global's problems, and we paid the price for it at the same time. So it's time that we gain sovereignty over ourselves, and the creative industry is a great way to do that because storytelling is the basis of any sector in the world. I'll give you an example. Tesla and BYD. BYD sells more cars around the world than Tesla by far. But market value of Tesla is 10 times BYD. That should tell you everything, right? Perception is everything. And if you control the narrative, you control your valuation. So if we want to control our evaluation, we have to control our narrative. So we have to start producing imagery, storytelling, narratives that support our own goals, and then Africa becomes Africa's solution.
Koji.
That's great. I'm going to bring it back to the home. Everyone calls me Mama Koshi for a reason. When I started 3 decades ago in the business with my 3 sons in Hollywood, it was like, what are you doing? I think the first thing is for African homes to stop looking at the creative industry like a hobby or a passion.
Okay.
And start seeing it as a true industry.
Yes.
That is one problem. Start from the house. When your child wants to be an actor or a producer or a writer or whatever, you shut it down. You just stopped economic wealth within your own family. So for me, that has been one of the true successes of our family, is for us seeing the vision and not stopping the vision and supporting the vision. So we need to stop looking at creative industry as a passion or a hobby. It's a real business and it's a true career.
Yeah. Doctor of film, like an African parent.
You see, when your child is in Hollywood, they are doctor of film. There you go.
Is that even a real doctorate? You get that question.
Lawyer of film.
Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, we would need 2 hours to do that full-length movie to finish this conversation, but unfortunately, we need to move on.
Let me just do a shameless plug. So, went to Africa, worked in government, came back, wrote a book about it. I have a few of them to give out. I'll sign them for you. We need to know how it works. We need to leverage our governments. One government policy can change entire industries. So please pick up a copy. Let's work our governments in Africa and let's make it work.
Thank you very much. And I want to say thank you to the Millennium Excellence Foundation, Menchia Palace, and all the partners that have made this thing possible. This is a stellar one. We'll still probably be out there arguing amongst ourselves. Creatives never stop.
A group photo with the panelists on stage. And I believe it's abundantly clear that until the lions write their own story, the stories of hunting will always glorify the hunter. Coming up now, ladies and gentlemen, is the chance for us to hear from policymakers. One policy can certainly bring everything into focus and bring success to the creative economy. The podium on stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay with us. I have a little announcement. For all those who are desirous of Ladies and gentlemen, the GIPA deal room. The session is in Cosmopolitan 2 and it starts at 11 o'clock right now. They'll be diving into the investment opportunities and what they've showcased earlier this morning. And so if you're so minded as to join the GIPA for the deal room, please, yours is the Cosmopolitan 2. It's just outside. The ushers will be on hand to assist you. Can I please have everyone seated as we continue with the rest of the programming? Thank you very much. It is time now for us to hear. Hold your mic. If you're desirous of joining the GIPA deal room, please follow our brother right here at the back. He will lead you to the room. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for, where we get to hear from policymakers in our efforts to bolster Africa's creative economy, the billion-dollar soft power. We're joined by Ghana's Minister for Creative Arts, Culture and Tourism, who will lend us, ladies and gentlemen, her support and fascinating thoughts about how we can make this sector flourish. Would you please make welcome the Honorable Ablajifa Gumashi, MP.
There are places you discover, and there are places that discover you. Places that don't simply welcome your footsteps, they welcome your spirit. This is Ghana, where the first light of dawn awakens forests older than time, where rivers sing to the sea, and the earth blooms with life in every direction. Here, nature is not a destination, it is home. Giants roam the savannah. The ocean stretches endlessly toward tomorrow. Every path leads to wonder. This is a land where gold is not merely won, it is inherited. Where kings and queens carry centuries upon their shoulders. Where tradition is not preserved behind glass. It lives, it dances. Every movement tells a story. Every celebration welcomes another friend. Here, hands weave more than cloth. They weave identity, wood into art, and heritage into the future. Come with an appetite, not only for unforgettable flavors, but for generosity served without measure. Adventure finds you here, above the rainforest canopy, across golden plains, where every sunrise promises discovery, and every sunset leaves you longing for one more day. This is more than a country. It is the heartbeat of a continent, where dreams wear the black star. Some journeys end when the flight lands. This one begins, because Ghana is not simply a place you visit. It is a feeling you carry long after you've gone. It's the gateway to Africa. Akwaba.
Why are you not clapping? Thank you very much. And what a beautiful morning it is. Listening to all of you, speaking bits and pieces of the puzzle that has created me. From what are we feeding our children to are we appreciating ourselves enough? Why are we fragmented? And all of the things that you have said. My very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great joy to bring you very warm greetings from Ghana. And I want to thank His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama for recognizing that the creatives play a part in the discussion and the conversation around development of our country. He's done that by, one, appointing me as the Deputy Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts in his first term, and confirming me as the substantive minister in his second term. And also by realigning the ministry to be tourism, culture, and creative arts, recognizing that the power of our tourism is hinged on our culture and our creative space. My question is, do we as industry players recognize that? Do we understand what it is that we have, that power that you had just spoken about? And it's a yes or no for me. Because you see, when anyone asks me, what have you been doing in the past year? And I say, I've reproduced or revised the 2004 cultural policy of the country. And it's been going back and forth for a long time. And in 1 year since I came back, we have launched it. And you have not taken the time to read it, then it goes to say that we probably are not even paying attention to ourselves. So I hear you, my two sisters who just spoke. And it's about what does Africa itself want? What does Ghana itself want? Ghana still is thinking in tribe. Ghana is still thinking in where I come from. We are not looking at anything that belongs to Ghana as for us. So when I say, in my first, when I was deputy minister, that why is Ghana contributing to UNESCO? And it is rather the countries that probably don't even need UNESCO's money that gets the attention. And it's because we haven't ratified those conventions. So then I'm going to make my business to ratify those conventions. And if creatives don't see that as an achievement, that's a problem. So we ratified 7 UNESCO conventions, which ultimately affects how we deal with the rest of the world, okay? Then I come back and I say, we've ratified, we've had, I beg your pardon, Kente listed as an intangible cultural heritage. And in my presentation, I say, Kente, but Kete as my people call it. And there's a war, literally, about wanting to steal what belongs to some other tribe for my tribe. There's a problem. The fact that I tell you how we call it does not take it away from you for me. Whose job is it to promote what is Ghana if it's not me? So I say, I'm on International Mother Language Day. I'm interviewed and I'm asked a question about language. And I say, language is the medium through which culture is expressed and shared. But people are saying that let's have one language. I said, no, I will not be supporting that anytime soon. Why? Because I'm the same person who took the convention to UNESCO to ratify that policy. Why would you expect me to go and finish that and come back and promote one language? And there's a problem. So immediately I get tagged as being a tourism minister. This is where we are. We are fragmented. And as soon as you wrote it, you said it, I wrote it down, and I put asterisks by it. We are so fragmented. But we need to rally around what it is that is ours that we want the world to come and share with us. And I've used the example of jollof rice. Are there Nigerians in the room? Listen, you can close your ears for the next for the next 1 second. So, is there anybody who can say that they are the ones who sold jollof rice to the world? No. We did it together. How did we do it? We rallied around that food. We love it so much, we were willing to share it with the world. And we need to use that to sell everything else. So why am I promoting fugu? I'm not from the northern part of Ghana. I'm promoting it because it is a Ghanaian product. And perhaps those who are, and by the way, those who know Pajon Bentifi, he writes for the BFT. And he's written a beautiful article of how he struggled with his kente cloth at Bozuma St. John's wedding, traditional marriage. And that's the point. Okay, so it's beautiful when the men wear it, but they know that is not functional. My late husband could not wear that cloth to save his own life. He's always rearranging and then he'll give me an eye like, when it's time, bring me a shirt. So the smoke fugu for men is more functional. And it's a Ghanaian product. And as soon as I start promoting that, it means that I'm being tribalistic. Then there's shea butter, which has been spoken about. When Aisho Speed came to Ghana, I had no idea who the young man was. Shows where I'm coming from, right? But I saw what Hamamat did with shea butter. And Joyce Ba Mokhtari, my colleague, and I were gossiping about it when it was being presented, when the presenter talked about shea butter. And I said, my sisters and I were described at some points in our primary school as the girls who smell the same because we use shea butter. And he said, they too. She also faced that situation. And it wasn't until I went to live in Kumasi that I realized that it's even edible. Why is it a Ghanaian product and I didn't know that it was edible? That's the problem. That's why it was important for me to spend the first year correcting this old policy to include all of that so that it goes into the training and education of our young people. We have over, according to MasterCard, they say we have over approximately 532 million young people in Africa, aging between 15 and 35. These ones, they have a problem knowing themselves because we are not teaching it. We're not telling them what it means to be an African. We're not telling them what it means to be a Ghanaian. How will they appreciate the things that belong to them, including all the things that someone like Boris Johnson is doing and Akuna is doing? To understand your culture is the way in which you produce the film which will attract someone else to it. Because photocopying other people's ways of life and packaging it is taking us nowhere. It's the reason why we are crawling. So Rudy asked a question, which one comes first? Is it government or the private sector? I say, and I'm not suggesting that there's one answer to the question, but here's my thinking, that you need to have the policy framework within which you operate, set some rules, guidelines, and so on, direction, and then those in it will take it and run with it, as Boris said. So we create the platform, private sector runs with it. We have to come to a conclusion or an agreement or a consensus that we must sift through all the things that makes us Ghanaian or African and say, this is the part that we want to share with the world. For too long, we've been told about who we are. And if we want to tell the story about who we say we are, it has to be done and done well. To erase that construct that has been created for generations will not be a walk in the park. But the efforts are being made, and I hope that we will build on it. So you see, I've spent my whole life in this sector. Almost 42, 43 years. I know no other sector but this one. And I worry about when we are dancing and money is put on our forehead. Now we've mastered the art of when we are dancing, we will stand in front of you or sit on you, insisting that you give us something. And that's how we are treated as creatives. You don't have to agree, but that's the fact. The fact is, we look at it, as you said, as recreation, as entertainment. But if you look at it as business, then you must be ready to position yourself in a business environment for you to be able to generate that response. So In the last 1.5 years, I've launched the 2030 culture indicators of UNESCO so that we know our contribution to the GDP. Then when we are making a case, we are speaking to data. The other thing I've done is to work with the Ghana Statistical Service to also give us their report on how much we bring to the sector. See, those who go and study economics and finance and so on, no disrespect for you, salute, because my math is so bad. So take your crown and take your shine. But the fact is, you are taught in a certain way that does not include what I do for a living in my sector. So when you are budgeting, you are not looking at me as being in the first 10. You are looking at me as at the bottom of the pile and using that to disburse the resources that I need to work in the sector. But very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, so far so good. I've been very persistent and loud in cabinet. So I have the president's attention. He tasked Atufosun, the Minister for Finance, to sit with me so that he can hear me. Because my problem has been that why is it that we go and present our budgets and yet everybody else takes more than what we take? Like we get the change that other people need for the in Ghana we say kwakpakpa. The other ministries, what they use for kwakpakpa, that's what you give me as a sector. And so Atufosun invited me, we sat down and spoke about it. And he appealed to me to allow him to finish with the mid-year budget presentation. And then we speak. As fate will have it, this morning he called me to ask if I was in the country, and I said no. I'm out here coming to meet all these amazing people. And we've scheduled for us to meet again on the 9th of September. For me to now give a presentation of what I think will work. In doing so, because I don't have their language, I contracted someone who can put the policy direction in which I think we should be going and put the figures around it. And I'm going to do that presentation on the 9th of September. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yes, well, yes, thank you, Jerry. It was good to see you here. Now, I'm lobbying him so that I can have a minute more, right? So, we need to move our sector from the place where the money is put on our forehead because we have positioned ourselves to be treated as business people. I went into politics because of that. And I remember the 2020 when I said I was going to contest the elections to represent the people of Ketu South, so I'll be inside Parliament. People said, "We didn't know you're a politician." No, I don't have to be a politician. I just want to sit at the table where decisions are made about me. So I'm the first performing artist to enter the Parliament of Ghana. I worked with Mrs. Rawlings. May she rest in perfect peace. I worked with Mrs. Rawlings. I was a young kidder. Not because of the politics, but because at the time there was a spirit of voluntarism, volunteering to do stuff. So we were all, with Tony Letha and all of these people, we all supported the system. And I realized that nobody's seeing what I'm doing. And my late mother would say, "Abla dovlo, misafagba." It just means that Abla who is not bringing much. Because I go and act in all these films and on stage and so on, and I'm still asking her for money. So I said, it means the people who are taking the decisions are not seeing me. They are not recognizing that I'm a part of their mental well-being, that I'm the reason why they have not snapped. But I need to remind them that I'm the reason why you are saying. I make your life complete by being a theater artist, by being a dancer, by being a makeup artist, by being a producer, by being a director. I'm the reason. So you must pay attention. That's why I went into politics. But you see the fragmentation. Because of the fragmentation, the creatives don't even see me as a creative anymore. They see me as NDC, a Yezu. how did that happen? Because we have that fragmented to the point where even when I'm doing it because I think this is how they are thinking about us, so I need to position myself well so I can get the attention, the creatives themselves, do they understand that that's what I'm doing? So yes, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we must tell the story. But the story must be so compelling that the attention we want is given to us. It will not be given to us just because we are the ones who are entertaining. No. It will be given because we deserve it, but we must position ourselves to be bought as we want to be bought. Yes. I'm not giving up on myself, and I hope you don't give up on the creatives. Thank you, and God bless you.
Hold your hands together one more time for Ghana's Minister for Tourism and the Creative Arts. Thank you very much for that very spirited and insightful address. And now I believe it's abundantly clear to us that Africa already has the capital. The question remains, how can we develop stewards of indigenous wealth? This conversation I will bequeath to the Managing Director, Group Publisher of IC Publications, who will be in conversation with the founder and chairman of Seven Generations Institute. Make welcome Omar Ben Yedda and Barry Johnson.
Take a seat. We'll move the podium very quickly. Honourable Minister, thank you for those inspiring words and in the need to believe in ourselves. That was fantastic. So besides me is someone that I've personally been following for the last couple of years, Barry Johnson, founder and chairman of the Seven Generations Institute and Seven Generations Africa. So drawing upon more than a decade of advising globally prominent families and family offices, Barry's work examines the role of stewardship and governance in multi-generational family flourishing, so preserving wealth. And now really it's also about making sure that that wealth is channeled to investments that have both impact and returns. He's a former investment banker, an entrepreneur. He served as an advisor to President Obama's administration and also the executive director of Select USA as his chief foreign direct investment officer, facilitating more than $400 billion worth of investments. So, first of all, Barry, you always talk to me about indigenous wealth. So what does that mean and how can we make indigenous wealth work for the continent?
So let me just start by saying hello. Thanks everybody for taking the time to come. Everyone's busy. The brilliant minds have a lot to do, and just being in the room matters. Thank you for taking the time. Thanks for Millennium for creating this opportunity for all of us to come together over the last couple of days. And thank you for being a great friend and for asking that good question. So I'm going to ground all of my comments over the next few minutes. Won't be the random guy from Alabama who married a Zambian woman giving you my opinion. I'm going to ground everything I say in my travels to 87 countries and my work with families from around the world who've managed to do what most don't, which is keep wealth, steward wealth, make good impacts on the world for more than a few decades, but for hundreds and hundreds of years. And so it's rooted in something that's pretty enduring and that's kind of proven itself. So the way that I think about it, I use the words, my team and I, we use the words indigenous to mean what exactly it means. If you look it up in the dictionary, it means originating in a place, being native to a place, being original in the place. And when I think about indigenous people, I think about the people who are from a place deeply rooted. They are inherent to the place, they're culturally kin to the place, and they care about the survival of the people in the place. Then I talk about wealth. And we say, well, what is wealth? Wealth is not, and this is what I've learned from one of my clients whose family has had wealth for 500 years. He is generation 22. 22 or 23. When they talk about wealth, they don't talk about money. They talk about the capital that precedes money, financial fiat currency, which is what? Creativity, intelligence, courage, relationships, networks, all of these things precede the capital. So when we talk about indigenous wealth that Africa has, there's a whole lot of it. And that wealth, if stewarded properly, becomes the wealth that answers the question, where does Africa's $400 billion a year that it needs come from? It doesn't have to come all from another place. It begins with the indigenous stewards of that wealth. Now, what does stewardship mean? Stewardship means stewards don't ask, what do I have? They ask, what is what I have for? What do I do with this? And this is the part that we often miss, which is the reason even the Vanderbilt family had no money after 60 years. The questions are, who are we, what are we, why do we exist? This deep introspective work. It is what I would call a mind state. That mind state precedes everything else. So to be the steward is to take on the mind state that asks the questions. What's it for? Why does it matter? Where does it go? What do I want this to mean and to be, not just today, but hundreds of years? You know, we get to where we think about. So if we're thinking about only the kids, that's where we go. If we think about 7 generations and hundreds of years, that's where we can get. And that's what these families do. So the stewarding is about the aspirations, the intentions, and then governance follows the stewardship, right? It's how stewardship becomes durable. It's the rules, it's the regulations, it's the frameworks that make that stewardship possible. And so what I say is Africa has incredible amounts of wealth, and it is creating personal wealth at a level and at a rate that is among the greatest on the planet. The question will be whether it is stewarded in the right way that it can benefit not only the family, but beyond the family.
And in terms of family offices in Africa, what's the total value of that wealth?
Well, that's hard to say because we don't really track it, and families are often very private, and they don't tend to tell really what they own and what they have, right? But what I would say about family offices, a couple of things. Quick, I want to call it a lesson, but I don't want to sound like I'm talking down at all. I just want to say, here's a perspective. Let's say that. So there is a use of family office that's very disturbing, and it's a problem. It's going to create many problems into the future. We misunderstand in our excitement about family offices what they are. Someone said to me yesterday, I had dinner with a family office last night. And I said, well, what do you mean? And they described a young lady whose family has a lot of money. I said, this is not a family office. And to believe that that's a family office is a little bit of a problem. A family office is actually an organization that is created in total stewardship and in total dedication to the family to a particular family. And it exists to make sure that the family, all of his interests, all of his people, and all of its wealth, both today and future, travels through time successfully. So it is looking at the flourishing of the family. It is looking at the flourishing of the fortune. It's looking at the flourishing of the family's legacy. So, but what comes first? In the family office, the thing it cares most about is the people. Because as one of my clients said, you could take all of our billions away from us and we would simply do what? We would create them again. Why? Because we're family. The family office looks after the interests, the intentions, the needs of the family. So on the African continent, what we say is, there are not many family offices by that definition. In fact, the estimates are fewer than 100, closer to 75. And yet there's lots and lots of wealth that could become a family office. But I would submit to everybody, don't obsess on family offices, focus on what comes before a family office, which is the creation of wealth, the creation of the stewardship consciousness, and the governance frameworks. And then all of that equals family office, but that's the issue. Africa doesn't have a lot of family offices but it shouldn't right now because we don't have the consciousness that would lead to there being legitimate family offices, but we can get there very quickly.
Okay, so let's come back to the summit and the mandate to mobilize $500 million in structured capital commitments. So how can well-governed indigenous wealth help meet that target?
Okay. So first of all, I was really amused because I sat through a number of the sessions, and several people rightly asked, well, how do we get this $500 million? I mean, we're all talking about what we need to do, and it's all right, but still, where's the $500 million? So I'm going to give you what I think is the answer to it. But I also want to ground first. So let me just say this. I want to put $500 million into perspective. So by the latest data from a number of sources that I track, there is about $2.1 trillion of private equity as dry powder looking to be placed. There's about $4.8 trillion, this was as of the beginning of this year, estimated of private wealth, privately controlled wealth across the world that is idle, that is not actually, is in cash essentially, not really invested. So what I want to put in perspective, that 500 million is actually, it's meaningful, but it's not very much. So then how do you get that? So what I would say is, the fundamental problem is not the absence of the capital. Its fundamental problem is that we haven't created what we would call the sort of credible pathways through which that capital can enter Africa or enter our hands. What does that actually mean? First, we have to prepare people to be these owners and inheritors that we talked about, to be capable stewards that can govern and intentionally direct their capital, their wealth, into responsible projects. And secondly, we have to connect them to very specific projects. So there are projects here, which, okay, we're on our way to doing that. But third, here's the most important part. We have to secure indigenous private capital as the anchor to the investors. Watch this. I'm going to unfold this for you. I'm going to try to make a lot of sense. There is no stronger initial signal to the people that you want to get money from than to have an indigenous person actually put money in first. I was in a conference last November in New York. There were 100 families. The bar to enter that room was that you had to own and control more than $1 billion in net worth, in investable capital. I talked about the incredible opportunities in the Global South and in Africa. People were fascinated, but you know what they talked to me privately afterwards about? Where are the people who have great stewardship hygiene, who are organized and coherent, have governance structures like us that I can come into Africa with? Dig it? Like, okay, she gets it. Yeah, that's it. People are saying, well, where are your own people? You want my family to come? Where are the people who actually want to invest? And here's the trick. My father-in-law, who had a couple of $100 million that he had legitimately earned in business in Zambia, had followed the advice that you move the money to where? Switzerland, the UK, and the US. That's where all the money was. And he never said, how does it get back? How does it circle? He never asked those questions, and no one ever told him, and so it didn't. So the way to get that capital in, first, the indigenous wealth must anchor in, and here's a couple of things that happen. When private wealth holders actually vote, invest in their own things and people and places, first of all, the institutions in your own country are more likely to come, because it's a strong signal to them. And then you can use those families, they become emissaries to the world. You can take them out, and by the way, institutions even outside of Africa will take that signal to mean something very specific. And lastly, there's a vast number of true family offices and truly wealthy people who don't have family offices that we know that we work with, who with that signal that I'm the champion. Alex, Daddy, who won the Company of the Year award and was awarded by the King yesterday, a dear friend, client who gets this He understands the importance of stewardship and moving it through many, many generations. He basically said he lives this value, that you must be not just a CEO or chairman, you must be what? The champion, the one who puts the feet in the water, sends the signal. If each of those projects that is being shown today had an African champion invested, standing next to it, said, I'm all in, I would assure you more of those people from the US, whether they're institutional or private families, they would probably be writing checks or be closer to it.
On that message, thank you so much, Barry. Always a pleasure to be beside you. Thank you.
We're going to sing now. Can someone take a quick picture? I'll get it from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Many thanks to you. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it's evident that he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. If you're in search of building wealth locally, you must show some good personal hygiene when it comes to finances and investment. We want to now delve into a wonderful conversation on deploying capital in Africa at scale, what US institutional LPs actually need. We're going to hear from Gwen Ansah-Smith, who will be moderating this conversation together with Joseph Boateng, his Chief Investment Officer, KC Family Programs. Bintu Kabori Zebo is Executive Director, Institutional Investor Network. Marlon Brown is the founder and CEO, Clarendon Global Partners. Alfonso I. Kwago is the CEO, IBI International Ventures. And that will be followed by another fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen, which will be moderated by Hakim Ben Barra, CEO, Tigitude. I hope I got that correct. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Gwen Ansah-Smith and her panelists.
Hello? Okay, wonderful. Good morning, everyone. And I'd like to start by thanking Mr. Ashim Morton and the Millennium Excellence Foundation for bringing us all here together. I'm Gwen Ansah-Smith, founder and CEO of Pivot 57. I've spent nearly 30 years in institutional investing, most recently as managing director for head of Africa for Invesco. Here is a fact worth sitting with. Sovereign credit ratings implied a default rate of nearly 30% for private borrowers in low-income countries. Across 30 years of lending to development institutions, the actual default rate was 7.2. 7.2. Africa is priced for risk it did not deliver. But that picture is changing. In 2025, 12 of the 20 fastest growing economies were on the African continent. In 2022, Ghana was in default. Today, inflation is 4.6. public debt has fallen significantly, and Fitch has recently upgraded Ghana's credit ratings to a B with a very positive outlook. The progress is real, but it is also unfinished. Energy and cocoa still need reform, and the test is now whether the discipline holds. Governments and development banks cannot finance the next phase of growth alone, and we've been hearing that pretty much throughout the event. The next phase has to be driven by private investment, and we cannot ask Africa to be priced differently when our own institutions price it that way. So currently, Africa manages $4 trillion in institutional assets, yet less than 3% of that is invested in infrastructure and productive assets. Nothing de-risks a transaction like local institutions having skin in the game, which was just a topic that we were referring to. Skin in the game. So deals are getting done, good ones. What is missing is the volume, and the volume follows the structure. So the question is not whether Africa is investable, it is what has to be in place for capital to move at scale. No investment committee follows a continent. What they follow is sponsor, structure, governance, return profile, and a credible exit path. So for the next 45 minutes, we're going to be specific. We're going to talk about what gets an allocation approved, what stops it, and what moves institutional capital from interest to investment. Let me introduce our panelists. We have Mr. Joseph Boateng, CIO of Casey Family Offices. We have Ms. Bintu Kaboro-Zerbo, Executive Director of Institutional Investor Network. And we have Mr. Marlon Brown, founder and CEO of Clarendon Global Partners and Managing Director of African Vision Partners. Help me welcome our panelists. Thank you. Testing. Okay, wonderful. So let's start with the opportunity itself and what investors are seeing on the ground today. Joseph, good morning. You've been allocating to Africa since 2009 and have had the benefit of firsthand exposure with opportunities on the continent. What can you tell us about what you're seeing now that is different from what you saw perhaps 2-3 years ago, or even 4 or 5 years ago? Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Gwen. Hope you can hear me from the back. And good morning, everyone. I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'll be brief. I work for Casey Family Programs. It's a private foundation. We do family programs, founded by the guy who set up UPS, not too far from here, Baltimore. It's a non-for-profit organization, but in my world, non-for-profit also means not for losses. So we look around the world. Programs are funded 100% by investment gains. We do not fundraise. My team represents the United Nations. I have a Japanese lady from the Japanese tribe in Ghana. I can explain later. And I have Brian Bagginstos, who is on the front seat with me. So when you have folks pitching Africa, it typically wouldn't be me to be a member of my team. It's likely to be a Caucasian male American, could be a Korean lady, could be Japanese lady, could be Chinese lady. And that's the way it should be. We are seeing the investments for what they are, back to you, Gwen, instead of looking at it with the African discount. What you're seeing is a bunch of entrepreneurs who are ready to unshackle themselves from, call it the strains of DFIs. They've helped, but I guess when you get to a certain age and you're saying to your parents you want to be on your own, exert your independence, right? So we are seeing some of that too. We have some use cases, success stories, where we've been able to invest and also report back to committees and tell them the gains we made, the scars on the back that we sustained. So we have use cases that we can talk to. We don't have as much data as we want. On the flip side, we also see a number of people who have ideas but unproven. And we have folks you request for information to work with, you get nothing. But the opportunity is there. So it's sort of a mixed bag. But one thing that I'll say is that in the midst of all that, we see gems in the rough. We've had our good days, we have our not so good days. Some of the investments that we supported are quite visible. In Ghana, One Airport Square is one of them. Besides lending to many organizations, we are very much engaged on the ground and people are hungry to do something. Those are the changes that I see, but we still have some work to do. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Joseph. I'd like to kick my question off to Bintu. As someone who convenes governments, DFIs, and some of the world's largest holders of capital who are looking to allocate to the continent, what are some of the themes that you've continued to hear from them about what interests them about the continent?
Well, thank you so much, Gwen, for that question. And so we at the heart of it convene a lot of capital here in the US, but also as the previous Creative Economy panel said before us, we can show you better than we can tell you at this point. And so we convene them on the continent as well. Many of them have, I would say, interests in some sector focus areas like agriculture, like infrastructure. Critical minerals and creative industries has actually taken a very big forefront in terms of where allocations are coming in, but what's missing is the vehicles. And I think we heard that on the previous panels as well. And what I mean by vehicles is where is the money going? Joseph just echoed a sentiment, which is that we have certain projects, but they're unproven, right? So it's one thing to have a good idea. Have you put that idea on paper? Is it proven? Is there a track record? Is there data sometimes that backs up that potential idea? Or is there data close enough to your idea that potentially could have worked in a different country? All of these things matter to an investor because before you even start having more tangible due diligence conversations, they must be sold on that idea. They must be sold on that idea and you have to be able to package it. And so large infrastructure projects, large agriculture projects are some where we've seen a lot of traction. On average, I think now we are pushing about $60 to $80 million a year into the continent in very different countries. And so very recently, actually a $15 million allocation in Ghana.
Thank you, Bintu. Thank you, Bintu. Joseph, let's come back to you for a second. So you've been doing this for quite some time, I think, since 2009. And you're seeing deals across a variety of sectors. Are you able to just walk us through, just very quickly at a high level, one of the deals that you've done that has kind of crossed a threshold, and where were some of the mechanics to it? How was it that was a deal that cleared the investment committee? And so we can learn a little bit about what good looks like.
Thank you, Gwen. So we basically, Brian, myself, and my team, we invest about $3 billion and change in all asset classes, from infrastructure to real estate, public securities, and so forth. And so we visit the continent, we engage with people on the ground. What I had to do initially is to sell the continent to my colleagues because there are a lot of skeptics because they haven't been there, number one. And two, they don't know whether the risks they see are real or perceived. So not only do I travel with my colleagues, I also travel with board members. We engage on the ground, boots on the ground, no drones. We want to have a handshake. The deals that made it to the investment committee and the deals that got allocation. So we've actually deployed money since 2008. So what I'm saying is not hypothetical in the least. This is our lived experience. One, there was a local partnership, the Skin in the Game, and Skin in the Game, actually I want local capital investing alongside me. I prefer to guarantees, I'll take guarantees. We also have people with the right pedigree who have really invested, there's proof of concept. They engage in relationship building before fundraising. I'm sure a number of you married here didn't just show up on the altar and say, hey, and exchange vows. There was some courtship and there was a relationship building. At the end of the day, it's a relationship that makes a difference. We need to know you. You also need to know who we are. You need to understand where we are coming from, not show up when you're fundraising and after that we don't hear from you. We also work super well on those investments, very authentic in the sense that we want to be real about the risks. We want to be real about the opportunities. We want to understand that so that we can underwrite it. So one investment that we underwrote back in 2010, 2011, we underwrote it to high singles in USD, and some of my colleagues were saying, you must be out of your mind. If it's not 33% and up, we wouldn't do it. Well, what we underwriting were loans backed by receivables, backed by hard assets, weren't taking any interest rate risk. And back then, we all know GFC rates here were 0 to 25 basis point Fed funds. Well, we ended up close to 8, 9% net. So did super well, whether we are compared with LIBOR plus LIBOR existed at that time, or now SIFMA, we did super well. We are in the third fund at the moment. We re-upped. So we want to understand the risk, underwrite it, understand the people. We want history of execution. Don't tell us stories and run. We know that you may not have the data. If you don't have it, tell us. We understand it. We can live with that. But one of the things, and I'll pass it on before it becomes a monologue, is when we are promised information, it never shows up. 3 months, it doesn't show up, and it disappears. I'm going to go to Chiakan Bintu. You have to translate. Just kidding. So classic thing would be when you ask someone for information, says, I'm coming. I'll keep it in English. I'm coming means he's going much further away from you. Very confusing. Doesn't help.
Thank you, Joseph, for keeping it very real with us. Marlon, I'm going to ask you a similar question. When you have a deal or project in front of you, what is it that you look for? What is your due diligence process like? And how do you go through that process?
Great. Thank you, Gwen, for that question. And before I delve into that, if I could take a little bit of a 40,000-foot view very quickly, and we think about, well, what makes this moment in Africa different? And that may be that we've experienced, let's say, the last 15 or 20 years. And I think anyone that's focused on a global business, or if you're a global investor, in about 20 years or so, about a third of the world's population will be on the continent of Africa. 65% of the arable land that's producible is on the continent, and of course, the minerals and the critical minerals that is really, fueling technology growth and AI that's on the continent. So, and also governments and economies are getting better. So. That's what's driving investors like myself, I'm sure Joseph, and leaders like Bintu to do that. When we look at a company, I think Joseph touched on it, it's, relationships are very, very important. I'm thinking about minimizing risk. And so that is, how do I minimize risk? I've got to know you. I've got to know your operation. I got to understand what your past has been. And even if you don't have an extensive track record, we really look for partners that we believe are credible, that have the reach in country, and that can be great collaborators with us. The days of us bringing capital and you with a handout is over. You need to be able to bring not only collaborative thought and thought leadership to the process, but in addition to showing us your growth and your strategy outlook, we need to see real numbers, we need to see audited numbers, and we need to have a transparent relationship where we can communicate with a business ethos that first world investors understand.
Sorry. Thank you for that perspective, Marlon. That's incredibly important. And Bintu, the same to you. Because you are uniquely positioned to have a first-hand look at what institutional investors are looking for, because you are often convening and bringing them together to hear what those things are. What is the one sort of through line that has been consistent that you're hearing across each and every one of them and what they're looking for in a deal? And then conversely, what has been the one thing that is continued to come up about what feels like a deal breaker? It just doesn't go any further than saying something is interesting. They just want nothing to do with it.
Ooh. That was a mouthful just there, but essentially, all the investors are different, right? Within the institutional investor capital pool, you have pensions, you have endowments, you have foundations, you have family offices. And working across the spectrum with those in the US, in Europe, and in the Middle East, the appetite is always different. And no two groups are the same. Even in the same category, they don't invest the same. And that's one of the things that is a key takeaway. But how do they react to the investments? I think globally is, I talked about vehicles, but two things that are complete deal breakers, I would say, are lack of proper vehicles and lack of structuring. So you come to me with a great idea that's never been done before, but it's just an idea and it's at a stage. It's not on pen and paper, it's not really organized, it's not well thought out, and you come and pitch me with that. That's a horrible first pitch. We'll kind of call a spade. We have a lot of projects, but we have to put the time and the effort in it for it to be polished, and that's where the structuring comes in. For many years, people talked about bankability. I don't think there's a bankability issue on the continent. I think there's a structuring issue. So organizing it in a way that includes, as I said, vehicle, where are we putting the money? Full stop. Where is that money going? How is it going to grow? And I always quote Joseph on this when he's not here, but he always says that money essentially follows where it can grow. Capital goes where it can grow and where it is respected, right, Joseph? And I think as an emerging market, as one of the largest remaining frontier and emerging market, which is the continent, there's a lot of growth potential. But the respect part is where we need to start working on. And that goes through the structuring, that goes through growing clear vehicles. Our fellow ecosystem builder, Barry Johnson, was on this stage earlier, said the same thing. Where are the great stewards of these family offices? Because people are looking for co-investments. And if they weren't looking for diversification before, they sure are now. And so as they look for diversification, the continent is primed to receive some of that capital as well, but it will be a co-investment strategy. So when you said what works for them, co-investment. We talked about skin in the game. This is exactly what it is. A quick example, we were in Ghana last year in October. And one of the things we work on, quite frankly, is how do we get that skin in the game? And that means working with pension funds, endowments who are indigenous. I learned a new word today. Indigenous to the country. And we get them to build consortiums. So yeah, we might not have very robust pension systems, but we have insurance companies too. There are other places where the money is aggregated, where they can come together to have skin in the game. And that's one of the things that we promote on many of the road shows that we do. so that they can then come together. If Joseph has a $20 million check that he can match, I would love to see you have $2 million on the ground.
Yeah, that notion of skin in the game continues to come up. It is incredibly important, and it's something that we as Africans need to really understand, that to get a deal done, it's not merely enough to bring it forward, but you have to show the investor that you're seeking tens of millions of dollars from, that you also strongly believe in that venture. I want to go back to something you said, Bintu, about the structuring piece. And so the question for you is, you're not just convening institutional investors in US and other countries, but in Africa, you're also working with entrepreneurs to make sure that they are well positioned to receive capital?
Correct, because I think that work needs to be done. For lack of a better word, capacity building or capacity enhancement is missing, is one of the missing links here, because you also don't know what you don't know. The same way the allocators sometimes don't understand the continent and what country they need to be investing in, which vehicles they need to be investing in, is the same way that on the ground sometimes they don't understand how these investors think, right? So something as easy as putting your deck together, not having any typos, little things that actually go a very long way. How to pitch, right? So these are strategies that don't necessarily come top of mind, but that are actually deal breakers, because we have done several pitch sessions, let's say, on the continent during some of these road shows, and you have brilliant minds, but they're meeting some of these institutional capital owners for the first time. They're all ready and willing to deploy, but your presentation falls flat because it wasn't properly tailored. The key words, all of that aren't used. And I think these are easy fixes. Those are very easy fixes.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you for that insight. Marlon, just coming back to you, you've had a lot of years in the game. You've seen a lot of deals, and you've seen some that move from not investable to investable. What did that project or business have to do to cross that threshold? What was the thing that you felt had to take place or did actually happen? Can you walk us through one such example?
Sure. Good. Thanks for the question, Gwen. I'll give you a quick example. There was an entrepreneur, a very, very bright guy with access to minerals and mines and the things that we're looking to invest in. He wanted $100 million. He had gone to the Middle East to raise it on his own and things like that. And although he had a very attractive asset set, he could not raise the capital. And we sat down and we had a conversation, and it all came down to what do institutional level capital look for. To Bintu's point, they look for structure. They look for people who have had experience in deploying capital, an investment committee that makes consensus decisions. And so, capital like that needs to move through a structure, typically a private equity fund that we're establishing and have established to put that capital to work. But really what moves them from an operational project to investing is that we can understand your business, we can understand where your capital flows are, what is your next, what your strategic path is over the next 3 years in terms of developing your project, cash flows, what are your capital needs. We need to know that you have a plan around that, or you're open to us helping you develop that so that we can put capital alongside you. We want to know that there are others that are invested in it, including yourself, that you put capital, that you put resources in it.
And Marlon, you just mentioned starting a fund. Is that something that you want to elaborate on here, or?
Wow, I'm glad you asked that question.
Sorry to put you under the.
Thank you, Gwen. Well, there's so many opportunities to all our comments on the continent. We feel that we've heard a lot about minerals and things like that, and of course, a lot of people are talking about that. But what does that mean where the rubber hits the road? And so, yes, we are, in addition to the other things that we've done, establishing a precious minerals and critical minerals fund that would invest alongside assets on the continent, starting primarily in Ghana and then moving out to a number of different countries. We're going to be very focused and selective, just a couple of minerals in the initial stages, but eventually we expect that fund to be $1 billion, and we're looking at a first close of $250 million. So we're going to be doing some significant things there, and we're very excited about the prospects that we have, and to my earlier point about some of the partners that we can collaborate with in Ghana and on the continent. Won't elaborate beyond that at this point.
Thank you. Before we close, let me just say I love Joseph's point about capital flows where capital is respected. I think that's something that we all need to sort of keep with us. And I'll just give each of you a last word on what do you think has to happen on the continent over the next 4 or 5 years, and who has to do it? We see an evolution taking place, but what is the one thing that you would like to see over the next 4 or 5 years? Starting with Joseph.
Thank you, Gwen. So we invest every year on the continent. It's constant, including this year, made 2 commitments. What do I want to see? Credible partners with proven concepts, transparency, tell us the good, the bad, the ugly, so that we can work with you. Structuring is a very big part of it, and today I'm looking for direct investments as well. We spend money on our side to get the right structures to get things going. One tip I'll give you is that if you have an idea to pitch, at least have something close to what I'll call a term sheet, and how you expect to create that value. That gives us a very good point to have a conversation with an investment committee. At the end of the day, you are competing with the Blackstones of the world. So we have to step up our game.
No, Joseph, I echo that sentiment, and I'll add 2 more things, which is government and private sector working together. There was a question earlier about who comes first. It's not a who comes first. It's government is and will always be an enabling environment. That's the role of government. Private sector works in tandem with that to execute on those, right? In that same trip we had to Ghana, we had a few pensions talk to us about regulatory systems and how we need to work with the government to help break down some of those barriers for co-investment. That's a government rule right there. So I think those things are very important. And lastly, data. Data is going to be the next challenge, is going to be key. Someone talked earlier on this stage about research and development. What is the result of that? Data. And data is a very, very huge missing chunk in all of the storylines that we are giving here. When that data doesn't exist, we sometimes go substitute in Latin America, in Asia, but that's other regions with other realities as well. So it's time for us to think through the data and the case studies so that we can talk about our own narratives.
Yeah, I happened to be on that trip to Ghana, and that's so on point. And I think Gwen mentioned this in her earlier opening statement. There are about $4 trillion of assets, institutional assets, that's resident on the continent of Africa already. 1 trillion of that is investable. In other words, it's in cash, it's readily investable, but only 5% of that is invested in African projects. And I think it was Barry that was here before. If we can have indigenous investors play a role in putting some of that money to work, that will attract other capital to the. When Joseph was thinking about that, he'd be more excited, I'll bet you, if there is a local pension fund that's actually in the project as well, that he can be investing alongside. And so Bintu alluded to this, is there are some policy issues that needs to happen and break down some of those barriers so those assets that are resident on the continent can actually flow to projects. There's a lot of money there, but it's not structured in a way that gets to projects that are in country. So that's a nice step if we can get going. I will just say it is starting to happen, but we need to see that on an accelerated basis.
Thank you all so much for this wonderful discussion. Let's join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you all so much.
All right, no problem. Thank you very much, our able moderator, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for them, a group picture. Deploying capital in Africa at scale, what U.S. institutional LPs actually need. What we've just experienced is one side of the moon. Here to give us the full moon, ladies and gentlemen, is the CEO of Tigritude, whose surname, as a matter of fact, means the son of the full moon. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, Hakeem Ben Badra will be in conversation with the founder and chief legal officer, legacy officer, I beg your pardon, of Alexander Legacy Private Wealth Access. And thereafter, we'll be in conversation with two other panelists as we bring closer to deploying capital in Africa at scale. Make welcome Hakeem Ben Badra and Jacqueline Jacques Campbell.
Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very happy to be here with a brilliant lineup of speakers. And today, like our great MC said, Jerry, we are going to talk about the second side of the moon. The side of the moon you never see, right? And you know, when we talk about investors, there are two flips of a coin. The people who are investing, and also how it is on the ground, what kind of conditions you can have. Today, we are here with Jackie Campbell, founder and chief legacy officer of Alexander Legacy Private Wealth Access. Jacqueline is a global financial service leader, investor, educator, and workforce strategist who has spent more than 3 decades at the intersection of capital and careers. And today, she's building the infrastructure to connect human capital, financial capital, and opportunity across the US and the entire African continent. We have also, next to me, David Famorio, director of Alternative Fund Operations at Brown Advisory. He leads a team responsible for the operational oversight of more than 200 billion assets under management. He brings more than 25 experience in the asset servicing and investment management industry with deep expertise in alternative investments, fund operations, and the infrastructure required to support institutional capital at scale. Last but not least, Nicolas Bassi, at my extreme left, who is the Chief Operations and Programs Officer of the African Diaspora Network, and who will give us the understanding of what role can play the diaspora. Nicolas previously held operational diaspora-focused private sector engagement and international affairs roles across the US government and in the non-profit sector. So I want to start this conversation about something we don't talk a lot, about the human capital being an asset in the investment. We talk a lot about money, but less about the people and the skills and the workforce. So, Jackie, could you tell us a bit more about how workforce infrastructure can drive capital to the continent?
Absolutely. First of all, it's such a pleasure to be here in DC for such a time as this, as we bring together this incredible group and coalition so that we can drive capital back to the continent. Again, Jacqueline Campbell, founder and CEO of Alexander Legacy, and a big part of the work that we do is around connecting capital and careers back to the continent. And so we talk a lot about investment. We talk a lot about, all the different opportunities that are out here. But one of the things that I'm really, really focused on is human capital as the #1 asset class. If we're not investing in human capital, then to me, everything else ultimately can become null and void. So I share my own story. I started at 16 years old, and that's another thing that I really want to drive here today, because as I look at unemployment rates here in America and in Ghana, Greater Accra, for example, is sitting at 31% unemployment. All right? Let's chew on that for a minute. So if our young people don't have opportunities in the workforce, then what's going to happen 10, 15, 20 years from now? So I was very blessed. I've been in this game for 33 years. At 16, I was blessed to work at a private bank. By the time I was 18, I sat for my insurance license. By the time I was 21, I was a stockbroker on Wall Street. All right? But somebody invested in me. All right? Somebody took the time to make sure I'm going to invest in human capital as an asset class. So by the time I'm in my mid-20s, I'm already making 6 figures. I have a 7-figure portfolio. And now as a mid-21-year-old or 20-year-old, I can go out and deploy capital the same way my grandfather was able to do it. And so to me, as I think about the different asset classes, from commodities to real estate to all of the things that we're excited about, gold, copper, AI, everything, human beings are the #1 asset class to be investing in. So the big part of my work that I did on Wall Street at JP Morgan was to go out and license, train, and develop our young people so that they could have jobs on Wall Street. I would go to places like Starbucks and say, let's take you from 30,000 to 300,000, right? And it's about being intentional, right? When they told me there was not enough black people on Wall Street, when there was not enough women, I said, no, let me make it my intention to go out and identify those diamonds in the rough. Put them in the rooms, include them in conversations like what was done for me at 16 when I was that young girl sitting at the receptionist desk working for the private bank. And I would go in and I would be the one to hang up the coats and answer the phones, but I also was listening to the deals get done. So how are we bringing our young people to conferences like this? Are we exposing them? Africa, Ghana, places like that have the youngest, fastest growing population, 31% unemployment. We've got to fix that.
You gave me the perfect transition, to be honest. Africa will have the largest workforce, the youth. And we're talking about human people, right? Human capital. And another part of Africa is outside of the continent. I myself, a diaspora, David, Nicolas, Jackie as well, and most of people in this room. And the African diaspora is most of the time not seen, or we talk about the diaspora, but we don't really understand how they can be investors properly and not just helpers of their own communities and families. So, Nicolas, would you be able to share with us, the story of Africa Diaspora Network, the work you do with the diaspora members, who, like I said, give generously through remittances and philanthropy, but how we can shift someone from sending money to investing properly, investing.
Well, I'm so glad you asked me an easy question, right? Thank you. So first, let me thank the organizers for including the African Diaspora Network in this important conversation. We really appreciate it. So as Hakeem mentioned, I'm the Chief Operations and Programs Officer, which means I would be remiss if I didn't share just a little bit about the organization with you first. So our mission is to convene Africans on the continent, descendants of Africa, including African Americans and Afro-Caribbeans, and allies to create an ecosystem that nurtures the reasons why we're all here in this room. So entrepreneurs and mobilizing resources for a prosperous future. We intend to be a strategic catalyst who, through partnerships and innovative programs, promote positive change, promote growth in Africa, in its diaspora, and through global communities as well. So I was not here yesterday, but I've heard some of the conversations today, and I know that this topic has been talked about a lot. So last year marked the biggest single-year cut to international development assistance. It was just over a 23% cut, just in a single year. Biggest drop in history, driven in part by the dismantling of my former employer, USAID. So as we also know, Africa absorbed the sharpest cuts. And so foundations, nonprofits, others are asking the questions of now what? Who fills that gap? The answer is that it's not more aid. So no one is coming back. Those numbers are not going to magically reassert where they were a year or two ago. So the answer lies in the capital that already exists but remains structurally underutilized. So the African diaspora, I know I've heard this number talked about quite a bit here, sent in the year 2024, just 1 year, more than $100 billion back to the continent. So that capital is real, it's committed, it's flowing today. It was more than twice what official development assistance was in that same year. So what's missing is the infrastructure to convert it from a household lifeline, which is remittances, into structured, investable capital at scale. And so our organization has spent the last 16 years or so building relationships, building commitment, building track records to help close that gap through direct entrepreneurship, but as well as through the creation of innovation programs, innovative programs. And I welcome the chance to share a bit more about that as the conversation proceeds.
So 100 billion USD coming from the diaspora to the continent in 1 year. Now we talk about with someone who is managing 200 billion USD AUM. So that's not small. So David, you know, as an investor, what makes for you as Brown Advisory an investment attractive, and how do you address the African investment market?
Thank you very much, Hakeem. Thank you to the organizers of this conference, and it's a great pleasure to be here. One of the things I'd like to just talk about generally is that since yesterday, I have had a lot, you know, which has been what I'll say common occurrence, you know, in the narrative. I've had a lot about corruption. I've had a lot of negative things since yesterday, you know, about doing business in Africa. I agree with you with most of those narratives, but I just want to, you know, address something that everywhere in the world that we've done business, there's corruption everywhere. There's no particular, you know, continent that you don't have this main issue. But I also want to focus on what Brown Advisory as a firm has done in trying to de-risk, you know, this corruption, you know, and other areas, you know, that we have been investing in Africa. We personally, you know, manage over $200 billion, you know, for high net worth clients, institutional LPs. So we know what they think, we know what they are talking about, what their interest is. What we do right now is that, which most people might not know, is that Brown Advisory as a company invested 30%, you know, have a 30% equity in a company called Cross Boundary, based here in in DC. Now, Cross Boundary have offices all over Africa, and they have deployed over $100 million, you know, in various countries in Africa. They have an office in Ghana, in Nigeria, Kenya, you know. So what Brown Cross Boundary does is that we, you know, provide those funds, and they have, you know, on ground, you know, what I'll call the ground troops, who do the due diligence, who take part in all this project management. before, they talk about, issuing any kind of term sheet, any kind of investment in any kind of sector. So one of the main reasons, that I was also here today, is also to let people understand that even after discussing, with my CEO and meeting with some of the cross-boundary executives, most of these LPs are looking to deploy more capital, into Africa. When I hear about 500 million, that's nothing. There are some really, really high net worth. It's nothing. The main thing that we just have to get to a point is that when we're looking at trust, trying to get, LPs to be comfortable, because anyone here who has money and wants to invest in anything, you are thinking about the returns. You're thinking about how to get your capital back. It's a normal human process. So we, have created a scenario whereby we're able to de-risk, this process, whereby we also want to increase our equity stake in cross-boundary. We want to put more money in them. We want them to invest more in Africa, and that's why, we're open. Anyone, after this panel, if you want my contact, if you have any business deal, we've met with a lot of Ghanaian investment promotion, guys, about other deals. If there's something, let's have those deals. We have the right people on ground who do the due diligence anywhere in Africa. They'll look at what the deal is, do the due diligence, and we'll create, a channel where those investments, can, be financed. So there are a lot of challenges. There's corruption, there's everything. But I'm going to tell you one thing, that those challenges are not going to go away. Political risk, that's normal. It's going to happen in any country. So if you're waiting to think that there's going to be that full enabling environment, you just have to figure out. I'm just telling you people what the modus operandi that we have used, to continue to seek these investments and also to continue to finance them.
David said, if your investment ready, come to him. You see, the investors are ready. And he said something very important. He talked about the ground, being on the ground, having people on the ground, understanding the ground, what is happening, where is good to invest, what kind of return. And the people on the ground are human capital, right? Actually, we always go back to human capital. And if human capital is an asset, okay, let's say human capital is an asset, right? What does investing in what does investing in workforce infrastructure actually look like? Jackie, could you tell us how it looked like and what opportunities do you see?
Absolutely. So when I think about investing in workforce, what that looks like goes back to my 16-year-old story, right? It's having institutions agree to bring in apprenticeship programs, more on-the-job training opportunities. Because right now, college and university is going through a bit of a up and down. And so students are graduating without jobs. And so we've got to get creative now. This economy is being disrupted. And I think that could be a good thing for us to really go back and look at ways that worked. And so I go back to, again, my story, 1993, high school senior. I'm working in the private bank at one of the largest institutions in the country. They adopted me. They showed me how to talk to high net worth investors. They taught me how to look at deals at 18, 16, right? And so more of that is what's going to really help build the workforce that we need for the future. Now let's take that a step further. There's another situation where I like to say when I was out hiring and training and developing talent for one of the largest banks in the world, one of those individuals started right on the south side of Chicago. And we went from literally managing 0 assets under management to managing over $250 million of assets under management of residents on the south side of Chicago. 90% of that book of business, African American. Guess what? Many of them would love to deploy capital to places like Africa. But you know what? They can't. You know why? Because some of these things are not on the approved list, right? So I can go to my guy on the south side of Chicago, and literally I know about 1,000 of them because I trained and did this for 17 years for Wall Street. I trained over 1,000 people to be in these roles, many of them, again, looking like me, but they collectively probably manage trillions of dollars, but yet can't deploy because it's not on the approved list. We've got to change that. So not only creating talent, like I said, going out and being able to say, look at that diamond in the rough right downstairs at the coffee shop. What an amazing future investment banker that could be. And that same investment banker could be, again, creating capital, right? The same capital that we need to go back to the continent, right? That same advisor on that south side, Chicago, if we had the right people in the room at these Fortune 500 companies, we would have Africa on their approved list. So that if my money, if it's going to be sitting in companies like JP Morgan, I should be able to go to my investment banker and say, hey, I want to deploy $1 million of my capital without being told it's not approved, right? So these are things that we're working on, but again, that goes back to human capital as infrastructure. We need human beings. Artificial intelligence can't make that decision. It has to be that kind of boot by, just person by person intention to help us do that. And I would say, finally, we're in the midst of the greatest wealth transfer in world history. Right? $124 trillion is preparing to transfer to the next generation. My father passed away last year. He was a baby boomer, 81 years old. These folks have pensions and real estate and money and insurance policies, things that my grandparents didn't have, but I'm blessed to be stewarding my grandfather's wealth, Gen 3, training my son, Gen 4, right? But here's the things that we need to be teaching. By the way, grab my book, Legacy Lessons with Jack and Chan. We'll talk about that later. But we talk about creating this $500 million commitment. Train the people. Train that 16-year-old to go out there. And because guess what? Most of my colleagues who I started with in the 90s, they're retiring. The next 5 to 7 years, there are more people in my industry on Wall Street that's getting ready to retire, but yet we don't have enough young people to come in and take over their books of business. Ding, 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 ding. When Johnny retires with his $150 million book, I want Sue over here, who I just trained from downstairs, to take over that $100 million and grow it to $1 billion. But that's what I mean. We have to be taking time to really go out and intentionally work with our government partners and, most importantly, these financial institutions to say we can put talent right inside your institution, and they have the money to fund these programs. I'm a little passionate about that, y'all. Sorry.
So I would say that you touch something very important. The relationships, the trust. And I mean, for the $124 trillion, that's going to be they're going to be huge. And in this regard, talking about the trust and the interest from diaspora towards the motherland, what patterns do you see, Nicholas, in which diaspora members convert interest? Because being interested is not investing. Yeah, I mean, and interesting, that is the most diplomatic word you can use. If you go to a conference and they ask you how it was and you say interesting, it basically means nothing. Bad, good, we don't know. So the interest into real investment. And I would say that's what I want to say. And not just people being in a room and say, yeah, I'm interested, I'm sitting here, but they're not really committed to invest and to make Africa advance.
Yeah, thanks. So I have a few thoughts to share. So first, I think that the pattern has less to do with wealth or passion. So plenty of people who never convert are generous, they're passionate, and just as connected to home as those who do. So I think what separates them is usually one or more of these three things that I'll mention quickly. The first is whether someone has a personal translator for the risk. So people who invest normally have someone in their life, a friend, a cousin, a board member, somebody who they respect, who's already done it, can plainly explain how it works, and can recognize that the people who stay engaged but who never commit are waiting for some reassurance generally. They're waiting for someone in their circle to say, I've done that, this is how it has worked, you can do it too. So that's the first thing. The second thing is how people are generally asked the first time. So if the first exposure to diaspora investing or diaspora giving is something that's super big, like invest in Africa's future, that's too generic, it's too general. So they'll nod, they'll say yes, keep me on your mailing list, and that's pretty it. That's it, because there's no specific decision that there is to make. So our premise is that converters are likely to be the ones who got a small, concrete ask. So check out this investor, invest this amount, track this outcome. So specificity helps to turn that interest into a decision. Keeping it general lets people stay comfortably on the sidelines forever. So the third is whether someone's identity is tied to being a builder or a supporter. So someone who sees themselves as a steward of what already exists, and there's nothing wrong with that, let me be clear about that, but their focus is on protecting family or helping to grow community. Other people see themselves as the builders of what's next. So the people in the first group, the engaged but never committed, they are generally, they're not reluctant to invest, they're just oriented toward preservation rather than creation. So the moment you can show someone who's a builder-minded person a concrete project that has a name attached to it, that has a face that's attached to it, similar to our African Diaspora Innovation Fund, something that entrepreneurs can actually follow. That's usually what we've seen when they moved from just being generally engaged to writing a check. So if I'm looking for someone who's about to convert, I'm not looking necessarily at bank account, though I can tell there are lots of very wealthy people in this room here. I want to know if they have a peer who has done it, so whether they've been given something specific to look into or say yes to, and whether they think of themselves as someone who builds.
All right, so the more precise you are, the easier it is for the diaspora to invest, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what I get is the diaspora is very passionate about Africa, about the continent, of course, and willing to invest, but sometimes not committing. Now we have ultra high net worth individuals, family offices, you work with David, who want to invest when where they can get good return on investment, and Africa is one of the places, the markets, Ghana, Kenya, Tanzania, Algeria, etc., depending on which line, which industry. But they're skeptical, right? The family offices are a bit skeptical about Africa, David. So could you tell us, how you can... All right. I have only 22 minutes.
Thank you for inviting us.
All right, that's a wrap up. No, okay, so that will be the last question, and then we finish. So yeah, so can you tell us how you do to kind of overcome these obstacles? Because we talk about like local obstacles, but how you can convince these family offices to invest on the continent?
Well, as I mentioned earlier on, it's all about trust, building those relationships. Most of our investors, family offices, have been with us for years, some decades. And the truth that I keep saying is that they are actually very bullish, in Africa. They want to invest, they want to deploy their money, and we're already doing it. And it's, this is the opportunity, for us to continue to look for more of these deals. So I just think that as we continue to build on that trust, continue to build those relationships, we can get to a place whereby, we can get more of this capital, deployed, through the modus operandi that we use, using cross-boundary, and increase our equity stake and get more, bankable investment. So hopefully, this will be a forum, where we can get more of those, investments, not only in Ghana, but, all over Africa.
And I want to give like a quick sentence for each of you to say, if you had to invest on the continent, in which line of business would you invest? Yeah, Nicolas, so we finish.
So I should have offered the caveat, I'm not an investor, so I won't offer that kind of insight. But what I will say is that one structural change that I think would make a difference is if we could stop treating every diaspora organization, their track record, as a separate thing, if we could instead build a shared cumulative identity track record. So right now, every organization doing this kind of work has to start from zero. They have to build their book of business. They have to build their reputation. If there was some sort of standard, a shared set of agreement, that organizations could buy into, so that the trust that one organization builds could be transferable to another organization or an asset class. That is something that I think would be a determinative factor, irrespective of what the sector is, whether it's healthcare or whatever the sector might be. Having that sort of determinative way to qualify an organization, build its track record, help other organizations benefit from that as well, I really think would be a difference maker across the sector.
Thank you. Jackie?
Well, if I were an investor, and I am, I would be really looking at organizations, countries, governments that are investing, guess what, in human capital, right? That have apprenticeship programs that are actually taking the time in this disruptive society to say we're being super intentional about investing in workforce so that our next generation is set up for success. Particularly, I'm looking at companies right now on the continent, in Ghana, financial services institutions who will embed apprenticeship programs inside of their institutions. Why? Because I saw companies like JP Morgan, where I worked at early 2000s, go from here to here because they invested in human capital. They scaled that piece. And so when you scale human capital, especially in the world that I live in, where we're going out raising money, you can only imagine what the multiples will look like over time. So human capital, workforce infrastructure.
All right, David?
Yeah, thank you. We love every sector. We'll invest in any sector as long as there's good valuation. It's a bankable project, so we'll take anything, as long as it's a good project.
All right. I would tell you invest in macadamia in Kenya. No, I'm serious. Blueberry in Zimbabwe. Check it out. That makes good money. Fish farms in Ghana. Think about it. Yeah, so what we learned today is, investment is not one-sided. Diaspora is there, high net worth individuals, workforce. It's a multidimensional aspect, and sometimes we forget about it. And yeah, I'm glad you were here to listen to us, and thank you for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause once more for the team. Hakeem Bembadra, together with his amazing panelists, doing justice to deploying capital in Africa at scale, what U.S. institutional LPs actually need. We have very limited time before going for lunch, and so I would stress that all our moderators and our panelists keep it straight to the bone. We want to have a conversation on health, tech, and pharma, Africa's next frontier for diaspora capital. Would you please make welcome the moderator, Isaac Fojo, and the panelists, Robert Lloyd, Olivia Ngu, and Dr. Christabel Ngwashi.
Well, good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be a part of this very important summit. I'm looking at the time they've given us, and it just keeps going down. So we will jump right in. I'm going to skip introductions because you can see who everyone is on the screen. In yesterday's opening session, His Majesty Otumfuo made what I thought was a really important point. He said that health systems should be viewed as essential infrastructure for development. He also challenged us to think about the opportunity that creates. And there is an enormous opportunity to invest in the growth of Africa's healthcare economy. And that's what we want to talk about today. He also made a reflection back to the time of COVID-19 and what we learned about the dangers of the continent depending so heavily on external resources for medicines and essential healthcare needs. And his conclusion was pretty clear. Africa needs stronger healthcare industries of its own. And so I think that's a good place for us to begin. And I'm going to start with you, Robert, with Eli Lilly. You all give us a really good example of that with your partnership with Eva Pharmaceuticals in Egypt. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Thank you, Isaac, and thank you for the opportunity to be part of this panel here. Yes, you know, Lilly has a well-established goal of a social responsibility goal of reaching 30 million people in underserved communities, most of them in low-middle-income countries.
more. Okay. So I'm a son of the soil. Terry Kudra Mankara Pong is the name. I guess for me, the journey has been 15 plus years living between or spending time between Ghana and the US. Lived in Ghana during COVID, which was a very interesting experience. And I've worked in many spaces. Finance, I was a financial advisor right out of college. So I was advising many, upwardly mobile Ghanaians on just ways to plan, right? Estate planning, succession planning, and the like. Moved into media, brought Vogue to Ghana, did a few things that ended up trending globally, helped the NAACP get to Ghana with the Year of Return. And mostly the work we do is behind the scenes. You don't really see us, but we're like the wind. You feel what we do. And so what we are now focused on is spending more time on the decision and verification layer for the households that are based in the US and either invest, visit, or have assets in Ghana. As all of you, if you do business between the US and Ghana, you know accountability is the biggest challenge, especially amongst family, right? So everything starts at the household level. And so what we're saying is that we have become very good at telling the diaspora to go back to Africa. But what we're really focused on is what happens the day after they say, yes, I'm coming to Africa. What do they do then, right? And that's where there's usually a lot of challenges, and hopefully we can, bring forth some solutions.
Okay. So both of them actually not only have their businesses in cross-border, Ghana and the US, but are also helping others with their businesses, if that's what you heard. Okay, so over to you, Enoch. Tell us a little bit about why you started Dinar. What were the challenges that you saw or the gaps that you saw that you thought particularly from, you were early on the tech and the crypto and everything, very early. What were the gaps there? Why did you start?
Yeah, okay, so once upon a time, Enoch was a diamond dealer. Enoch would go into different African countries, and I remember one particular situation. I was in Angola, and I had, before going into Angola, I had about, I had $100,000 cash, and I had to smuggle my money into Angola. I could not transfer into no bank account, right? And even once you get it into a bank account finally in Angola, now getting it out is a problem, right? I can't even get it out, right? And here I am. I'm here for a legitimate business reason. There's tons of opportunity. And so now the correspondent banking in the country is messed up. All the corresponding banks that deal with the country of Angola do not want to go ahead. Citigroup does not want to go ahead and deal with the central bank of Angola. So now what does that do? Any capital that goes into this country is stuck. And now also any capital that is wanting to do business in the country needs to, or is aggressively doing business in the country, is coming in cash. So now what does that do? That also creates disparity rates between the central bank exchange rate and the black market rate, where the black market rate is 4 times more than the central bank exchange rate. So now people don't even want to go ahead and even send money into the country, or even deal with bank accounts in general. And so from that experience, going into these places, trying to get these deals done and do further due diligence in the mining space, it opened my eyes to the potential for digital assets and how it can be used as an intermediary when it comes to being able to move money around within banking or within economies or within large commercial corporations doing business on the continent. And Dinar decided to kind of explore into that, and that's what led for me to kind of launch Dinar. Initially, we were a crypto exchange, similar to like a Coinbase, and then as the market matured, we pivoted into working with different banks in Africa, because banks have now, at this stage, banks have come to the realization that stable coins, cryptocurrency, it's all here to stay. You want to make sure that you are dealing with a legitimate asset that can be used as an intermediary to send and receive.
So Dinar, so make sure you don't have to smuggle money into Angola.
Exactly.
right? Digital banking. Okay. Terry, what about you?
Yeah, my story started out after college, and I was working. If you've all seen the movie Pursuit of Happiness with Will Smith, that was my life, minus the wife and the kid, right? I was 20-something years old. But, you know, it's 100% commission. You have to build a book of business. And if you all know New York City, Manhattan, Midtown, everyone has an advisor. I'm competing with Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, all Credit Suisse at the time, remember? And what I realized was that I need to be different, right? So what I would do is I would basically, on a Monday, go on LinkedIn, type in Kojo, and if you were within a 10-mile radius, I would call you, and we'd have a conversation, and I would meet most of the senior Ghanaian bankers across Wall Street, and they would always, you know, want to invest in me. Many were very, very connected and became clients of mine. And that led to me going to Ghana in 2013, because what started to happen was that as I'm getting referred to other bankers and lawyers and doctors, and it's New York City, right, very senior people, what I realized was it wasn't even just Ghanaians interested in Ghana or even just Ghana. I was meeting managing directors at Goldman who were asking me about Africa, right? And so for me, that was interesting, because if we are trying to, or at least for me, I'm here selling US investment products, but then you're asking me about Africa. What's happening? And so I went to Ghana in 2013 after a friend of mine named Shadow. For those of you who went to Motown, maybe you know who he is. He said, listen, go to Ghana and figure it out. Went to Ghana, and another gentleman had said to me, Tella, what are you even doing in America, right? Like, you don't have anything holding you down. Go and figure it out. Went to Ghana in 2013, and I tell people now that, you know, the malaria and all that is interesting, but it's something called the Ghana bug. And the Ghana bug will make you come to Ghana all the time, right? And so for me, from 2013, I started going to Ghana more frequently because I was a 1099 employee. I worked for myself. And so I was able to spend 3 weeks, a month, 3 months in Ghana if I needed to. And then I started getting referred to the children of very wealthy Ghanaian families, right? As you know, the estate planning landscape in Ghana is maturing. UMB just released a product, but estate planning is not really well known in Ghana. And so what my logic became was, in my office in New York, there's 100 people, 2 black guys, myself and another person, and we're advising the senior most people on Wall Street. The chief investment officer at Morgan Stanley. People like that were clients of my senior colleagues, right? So I'm learning from them how to advise the most wealthiest people on the planet. And through that, I realized that, okay, if I can position myself as someone based in the US, but I know Ghana as well, then the children of the wealthy families that were coming to me asking about trust and estate planning, I could be helpful, right? I could basically be like the other guys in my office where they were the US wealth manager for very successful Asian families, Middle Eastern families who had children studying in the US, NYU, such and such. And once you have children in the US, you can plan based off of your children. And again, many of us don't know these things. And so that led to just getting more involved in the US-Ghana space and pitching major brands on concepts. So I pitched Vogue to come to Ghana for Charlie Wote, and we came in 2017. We did a major Vogue.com takeover of Ghana. Virgil Abloh saw that story, reached out, and that's what became Freedom Skate Park in Accra. And so a lot of what I learned was that there's a lot of interest in the US, but there's no bridge, right, in certain spaces. And of course, it's changed since 2013. And that became Black Band, right? Black Band effectively evolved into being that bridge, and currently we've drilled down, right? We started working, and we still work and advise athletes, entertainers, brands, but we're focused more on the households now. So again, what I said earlier is the accountability layer for households who are operating between the US and Ghana when it comes to making decisions as a household. Because personally, speaking for myself, that's where we all struggle as a household, right? One person wants this, your mother wants this, your dad doesn't want to go to Ghana, and then you're the children raising your own children. What do you do, right? So we are hopeful to help with that.
I think we have Ajaman now. Can he hear us? I just saw him there. Can you? Yes, I can. Oh, and you're coming in loud and clear here. Wonderful. Tell us a little bit about the Adinkra Republic. I don't have any of them on right now. It's a global apparel brand now. But tell us a little bit about Adinkra Republic and what inspired you to begin that enterprise?
Yes, hi. Good morning to you all here from New York. My name is Ajahn Senju, the founder and CEO of Igor Republic, and also I work here at JP Morgan office in New York as well. The brand came about, and then thank you so much for the topic that you picked, which is building cross-borders. The brand came about with the same theme as well. Being that I'm in corporate space, I find myself every day wearing a suit and tie, and felt that I was letting go of a piece of my culture. Part of which is, so that every day I can wear my nice, beautiful kente outfits or my Ankara prints to work. So for me, it was really going back to my true identity, my Ghanaian heritage, the one which my grandparents taught me about, and how can I really bridge that gap to make sure that the global enterprise can also celebrate and also embrace it as well. So I took the symbols that my parents taught me about, which is the Adinkra symbols, and I decided to put them on basic accessories such as ties, bow ties, the dolphins, cufflinks, pocket squares, and what have you, socks. What started as a very big passion for fashion now became a place where we are not just only talking about the symbols, but we are also celebrating how we can commercialize the Ghana heritage and also in relevance to global interpretation of intellectual properties and also how we can actually take it to a different level. So the brand exists primarily because we are not just only celebrating culture, but we are finding ways to commercialize, protect, and also to elevate and export our national beautiful treasures that our forefathers have left us. Now, when you think about the Adinkra symbols, it goes as far back as 1876. The history goes back to the point where it was only designed for the royal family of the Ashantis, and later on, over time, after 1956, the Ghana government released it to the general public, where today it's actually embedded on our clothing, on beautiful buildings, on potteries, and what have you. For us, we took the same symbols and we put them on clothing. Now, people nowadays today are very, for the most part, they are very mindful of what they choose to wear. Everything they choose to wear has to have some cultural meaning to it. So our brand really bridges the gap between the Africans and also the Americans. We stand right in the middle in making sure that we actually are culture promoters, we educate people on the symbols. We actually give back to the community as well through every purchase. And also we are able to empower our youth as well. So thank you so much for that question.
I love that. Claps for everybody. So we talked about a global apparel brand that is building from our history, 1876, as he said, and applying it to our modern wear. We've talked about a digital bank so that we can have global commerce and be truly borderless. And we've talked about a concierge service to make sure that we can manage our affairs, our estate, our lands, and such, all of our assets, no matter where we are. So from all of you, what would you say are the biggest barriers to doing business across the US-Ghana corridor? What is one challenge that you all faced that you were able to resolve? I'll start with Terry. Yes.
Okay, yeah, so this week, just quick examples. I've had people come to me with things that sounded like unrelated issues. Hey, do you have a notary? Do you know a tax accountant? Can we verify, an old insurance claim? And underneath everything was people wanted to verify and hand something off and make sure there was an owner, right? My guy who was trying to take care of parents in Ghana, build real estate, he's a doctor here, he doesn't have time, right? And so the biggest challenge is, for us, it's reducing friction after the arrival, right? We're so great at telling people to come to Ghana, but then there's a lot of friction when they get to Ghana and many leave, right? So it's great to invite people. We need to work on what happens after they decide to arrive. And so these are the things that we're solving. And my closing remarks, really quickly, is that connection gets people interested. Many of you have friends who've come to Ghana off of the interest. Bozomo, shout out to Sis, just got married. More people are going to go to Ghana. But that is where what we need to do is, again, work on the infrastructure after that. And the biggest thing is accountability. If we want diaspora capital, talent, and enterprise to keep coming back, we need to make sure that the systems work after they decide to arrive. And again, hopefully we can be partners with you all in solving these issues that we've solved very well over the past 15 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry Blackban. Enoch?
Yeah, okay. So for me, one of the biggest barriers between doing business here and doing business in Africa, I would say there's some investors out there have a negative bias based on that is very uninformed. And it's skewed in this particular direction. You know, I remember back when I was getting things off the ground. There were, I mean, yes, you know, Africa is the last frontier. Africa is the future. But yes, all the crypto firms were here and building all these unnecessary coins that serve no useful purpose. You know, this doesn't make any sense. Why are you building this? But they just raised $20 million. I don't know why. But in the grand scheme of things, you have a real use case where there's a company that is operating with real utility on the continent, where now we are dealing with financial institutions and large companies that actually need to smoothen out their friction when it comes to being able to move large amounts of money, whether they're trying to buy a home in Africa and actually pay a mortgage because the interest rates are so high with the banks, or there's a need to smoothen things out. And I think the financial institutions here in Africa financial institutions here in the US need to be able to find, especially black-owned financial institutions, need to be able to find ways to work with African financial institutions.
Thank you. And I don't know if Ajuman is here to give his answer. Go ahead.
There's a number of challenges here, and all those challenges is why we have the conversation today, because I believe every challenge really comes with opportunity for people to really tap into and make a big difference and impact as well. I think for my brand, the biggest is how logistics, right? How do we move products from one end to the other one? Supply chain is also something that we constantly think about. As you may know, in the States, there are so many different avenues to which to get supplies to clients in a short period of time. You talk about the Amazons, clients being able to ship, we being able to ship things and clients getting it the very next day. In Ghana, on the other hand, sometimes because of weather, it can influence when the client receives the product. It can be a situation of you trying to find a handle or a dispatch rider to move products from one end to the other, right? So many different things goes into it. And as we think about logistics, that is our biggest challenge that we have. But I always say every challenge comes with an opportunity, right? And as diasporans, I think it's really important that sometimes we take some of the things that we've been able to acquire here in the United States or everywhere else globally and take it back home and really come up with solutions. I remember very well one day I was actually taking a shower and water ran out in a friend's house, and I said, why is the water running out, right? And that brought the whole business idea, and that is really rolling out to really come up with monetization of water in people's homes so they can actually never run out of water, right? So all these challenges, I believe, are things that are put in place so we can actually go back and can find a solution. I think one time I did a shipment through FedEx to Ghana, and I had to pay an arm and a leg in shipping costs and also the duty. And these are the disruptions that businesses face all the time. So I think these are some of the things that I do face here and there, but I truly believe that the young people today are coming up with different solutions as we are innovating ideas and as we are coming up with different ideas. I think you will see more and more ways that businesses can thrive, and it starts with these discussions. So I'm glad that we open up these conversations and it's fun.
I want to thank everyone for attending this panel today. One thing that was a big takeaway is let's invest in one another. Let's invest in our own. We are building enterprises that are global. And so this is a perfect platform, and I thank Africa Business Summit and the Millennium Excellence Foundation for your time today.
Everyone, God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to a very wonderful conversation. I believe is one that we're very interested in. Let's talk about tech and innovation, bridging Silicon Valley and Africa. You would love the panelists who are here to give meaning to this conversation. Moderating is the Assistant Professor at Georgetown University, Dr. Bulelani Jili, in conversation with Nana Afua Apia Korang, and thereafter a conversation with Dale Titus Bewa, Akinola Idowu, and Moses Kwesi Baden Jr. Would you please make them welcome with a round of applause? Dr. Bulelani Jili, are you here with us? Do we have Dale Titus Bewa? Akinola Idowu? You're here, okay. Mr. Moses Baden is here. Is he online? He's coming. Okay. So preceding him, let me give the floor to Madam Nana Afua Apia-Korang. You are Chief Investment Officer, Silverbacks Holding. From all that we've heard so far, let's start with tech and innovation, bridging Silicon Valley and Africa. What are your thoughts so far? Talking of Africa's tech founders meeting diaspora venture capital. Let's talk about AI, digital infrastructure, and the state of roughly 2.8 billion African startup funding pipeline.
Okay, good. I guess it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. So maybe I'll start off by introducing my firm and what we do. I am Chief Investment Officer of Silverbacks Holdings. We invest in tech or technology. We invest in the creative space as well, so that's entertainment, that's fashion, and sports. And in terms of what we do, we invest in companies that are fast-growing, companies that are born on the African continent, and companies that expand beyond the continent. And I think the question that is asked was funding. Should I give it over to you? Go ahead. Okay, so funding for the tech space and whether, Africa, where that funding is coming from. So where we're seeing a lot of that funding coming from, the way that we are structured at Silverbacks Holdings, we typically put a bit of our own money into funds. So we invest in funds, and through those funds, we look at opportunities that are available in the sectors that I've highlighted. And then once we've determined the companies that we like, what we do is we then raise additional money to back those companies. So we do co-investments with the funds. And then once we've actually proven or we actually are convinced that the model that we're investing in works, then we actually put money directly, more money into the company. So for instance, I'll give an example of Move. Move is a company that we started off investing about $750,000. It's gone through a number of series. It's had a Series A, Series B. It's just concluded a Series C. What we have done with that company is as we've gotten to know the founders, as we've become convinced that the model works, we've put a total of $37 million to work in that company alone. And that example is similar to companies that we've invested in our portfolio. And then in terms of where that capital is coming from for us, a lot of that capital comes from the GCC, comes from Asia, comes from the US and Europe. About 80% of our investors are from those regions. Yesterday I talked about the fact that 20% of our money or the capital that we invest come from Africa and the diaspora, and we certainly want to see that figure increase over time. So I will pass it on over to the moderator now. Over to you.
No problem. Well, thank you so much for that kind of great
observation in terms of what you guys are doing. And so to try and somewhat connect it with the kind of the broader theme of today's panel. Can everybody hear me? Yeah, great. Could you then, at least from your vantage point, speak to a bit about what does it mean to kind of then bridge kind of Silicon Valley and Africa from your vantage point at Silverback?
Yeah. Look, I think bridging Silicon Valley and Africa, I mean, it's number one, it's capital, right? And for us, as I mentioned yesterday, it is, we will go where, I think businesses, African businesses, will go where, will look for capital where its businesses can be understood. I think our businesses will also look for capital or look for investors, in places where, those investors can add additional value to their businesses, right? So, if I have a business and I'm pitching to an investor, first of all, I think we heard here not too long ago that, you need to be able to pitch well, right, for the investor to understand you. But also, you're looking for investors who also want to understand you, right? And you're looking for investors who can also bring more than capital to the table. And so if that capital is in Silicon Valley, then that's where you go. If that capital is in Europe, then that's where you go. And if that capital is in the Middle East, then that's where you go. And we've seen that in our own portfolio companies. If you take Move just finished a Series C, $250 million. And who was leading that round? Mubadala and Toyota, right? Lemfi yesterday was on the stage. Similarly, has raised money significantly from the US and elsewhere. And so, we go back to, so why is the African capital not deep enough? So we need to do that work. And I think this is what this forum has been addressing, right? We need to be able to deepen our capital in terms of understanding the businesses, understanding the tech businesses. I mean, if I were to put Move in front of some investors that we have approached, particularly local institutional investors, some of them, probably the regulatory environment does not allow for them to invest in a business that potentially may be registered, offshore. So we need to do a lot of work to deepen the understanding of the businesses that are looking for capital on the continent.
Amazing. And then I guess to try and then bring in the rest of the panel in, I would love, again, from your own kind of respective vantage points to try and kind of thread this needle of bridging Silicon Valley with Africa. And so could you speak to that kind of question from your own vantage point? And then we can start at the very end and then kind of work our way back in.
You can use, yeah.
Thank you very much. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this event. I think this is a great step towards actually accomplishing this goal, shaping the future of Africa. Ghana is leading at least the rest of Africa in this at this point. We look forward to seeing many more nations doing this. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be on this stage to speak to these very important topics. So to your question, essentially, if you just repeat it a little bit so I could.
Yeah.
Because
sure.
I could hardly hear.
Yeah, sure. I'm just trying to get from your perspective, what does it mean to try and bridge the gap between Silicon Valley and Africa, specifically from your respective vantage point?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so first of all, to bridge the capital gap, I mean, truly, when you talk about Silicon Valley, you're not talking about the geographic location. You're actually talking about an ecosystem. And it's not just essentially just capital alone in terms of finance. It's more than financial capital. There's human capital. There's also technology capital, which we will be discussing in this panel. And most importantly, too, there's social capital. All these four is required for you to be able to create value. And if you have only one, which is the financial, you cannot actually be able to create value. So simply put, you are actually duplicating an ecosystem. That's the Silicon Valley ecosystem. Not necessarily the geographic one, but actually that whole ecosystem. Thank you.
Yeah, hello. My name is Moses Baden. I'm the founder of Magis ID Group. And we build digital platforms focused on identification and how it connects to product solutions and services. Because we have a short time, I don't have time to go into that. But when you talk about bridging the gap, that means that there must be a difference in the ecosystems, which have a certain impact. So from my point of view, it's not just financial. How is it that in an ecosystem like Silicon Valley, from concept to idea to initial business case to feasibility to a proof of concept to actually running scenarios on how an idea works and then scaling globally is done seamlessly and fast, and that companies can go this whole 360 cycle in a much more efficient and effective way. Whereas in Africa, from concept to scaling, there could be a difference of 30 years.
Yes.
Right? So when you look at the environment, you have to look at what sort of foundations underpin the systems that allow a scaling within a relatively shorter time. Whilst in an African environment, this gap between needs a bridge, you know. And funnily enough, the first time that we went to Silicon Valley as a company, we're doing something quite different from what you think an African company was doing. We were not seeking capital from Silicon Valley. We're actually seeking to invest in a Silicon Valley company, which is quite counterintuitive, right? And the reason why we were invested in the Silicon Valley company was in order to leverage that ecosystem, in order to bridge a gap between concept and delivery.
Sure.
And so you think traditionally that it will be the usual relationship paradigm between Africa and Silicon Valley or the West, as you say, some kind of bigger mentality bull thing. But we are rather trying to invest in a company to leverage the ecosystem that the company was in order to accelerate the development of an idea or concept to market quicker. So we need to think differently about how this bridge works. The bridge works both ways, you know. So you try to solve a problem by building the kind of bridge that you need.
For sure.
So we need to be quite creative about that. Because in Silicon Valley, if you got a bright idea, the most important thing is the creative spark of the idea, not the underlying subsystems. Because the underlying subsystems are already there. They work. The people that will put money into the idea, the people that will test it, the lawyers that will draw up the contracts, the bankers that will bring the finance in and go through a series of finance, and the consultants that will guide you through the process. And everybody has a role to play. That's why you can scale. You don't have to do it alone. But if you started that in Africa, you have to think about the environment, the ecosystems, the risk, the policies, the enforcement of contracts. There's this whole set of things that are outside your control as a company that introduces risks that you cannot bear, which you can't also transfer. You know, so that's in that context, I would say that we need to look at not just the best practices of how we take those foundations in a Silicon Valley type ecosystem and then build them in Africa. But because we're not governments, we're private sector people, it's a little difficult. So we can think around it, that we're actually not running an African business, we're running a global business. Talent, resources, ecosystems, frameworks, regulation, we can borrow all of that by changing our form. So we can be a Silicon Valley company, we can also be a European company, barring legal hurdles. We can also be a Chinese company if we want to be, if it suits us, if the market demands that. Now, we have to focus on the solution rather than the form, and we need to think outside the box rather than the old type of mindset. You know, we need to decolonize the way that we think and be much more creative. Thank you.
Amazing. Do you want to chime in on that?
I actually just wanted to chime in on that. That is so well put, the way he actually presented it. I just wanted to bring in this thought. It's an adage or an advice I think my dad gave me a while ago when I was a lot younger. He said this to me. He said, when you want to solve a problem, before you proceed, even if you are Albert Einstein, he said the first thing you do is to find out who are the people benefiting from the current situation. And in that, when I actually went to school now, to business school, one of the things I also now learned is that stakeholder engagement. He says something really unique right now about being a two-way thing, is we do not want to only be getting things in from the Silicon Valley, in quote, to Africa, but also we want to give back. But first, who are the people benefiting from our current situation? They are supposed to be allies too, because they're going to be able to help us in some of the things, technology transfer. If you already created, so to speak, barriers between you and those people, you will not be able to leverage some of the resources that they will bring over. So in building this, we have to be really careful not to, from day one, want to shut out and say, oh, we are now Africa, we can do everything by ourselves. No, we still want to work with everyone, at least we reference Silicon Valley. So that's something I just wanted to chime in quickly.
And
Thank you.
if I may chime in as well, and for me, I look at things from the finance side of things. So that's the lens through which I will make my comment. But to something that you said, Mr. Baden, which I think it's even true from the finance side of things. I mean, we are backing companies that are African-born, but are globally operated, right? And the challenge that we have with African institutional investors is seeing that opportunity. As you said, if it's a Chinese company, if it's a, at the end of the day, it is a company that is solving a global problem. A problem for Africa, a problem for the whole world, right? But for us, we're supporting companies that are born on the continent, but are taking their services and their products, globally. And, they're using the same technology that is used on Silicon Valley, and also partnering actually with companies like Uber, Waymo, etc. And for us, we think that it's a way for us to also build on that human capital that you're talking about. If we're building these businesses and we're growing them globally and we're partnering with some of these global firms, then certainly there's a way to also build on the human capital. Certainly, access to finance is important, but building that human capital and building that know-how, as you talked about, is also important. So for us, as Silverbacks Holdings, that's also what our goal is in terms of bridging that gap.
Amazing. Well, since I'm standing between you and lunch, I will then make this like the final question. And this question is really simply for everybody on the panel or anybody who just wants to pick it up. And that is, then what is, from your own vantage point, what is the greatest both opportunity that is consistently misread as an impediment or an obstacle in Africa? In part because, as I think all of your comments consistently underlined, is that again, speaking from my own vantage point as somebody who's worked in Silicon Valley and has worked with American billionaires, I'd say the two things that they consistently bring up all the time, risk and scale when they're talking about Africa. And that those are detractors, but simultaneously the question of, say for example, Scale is just simply an opportunity in itself in terms of how do we then make that a possibility in terms of the continent. And so I'd kind of like to kind of hear you guys speak to that kind of final question before, we let everybody out. Yeah, we can start there. Yeah.
Okay, so there's this thought about Africa. I've heard it a lot. People thinking, in 2050, Africa is going to be have the largest workforce in the whole world and all that. And if in 2050 Africa is not equipped, that's talking from the standpoint of building human capital, if you have not equipped, for example, our professionals with AI technology, they will not be in a position to compete effectively with their counterparts, say, in the Western world. With the advent of agentic AI, a single individual could build a company of 50 people and is actually the only one that is human. So it means that if you're going to have an African company compete with that individual or with that guy in the West, it would have to be, our population would actually be 50 times much more than the rest of the world. So we have to intentionally equip our people, our professionals, to be able to use artificial intelligence, because that's where the whole world is going. And if we do not do it, we might discover that the demographics advantage people had always chimed everywhere. I've seen it everywhere in the news. Is only a mirage if we do not equip our people with AI technology. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you guys. Thank you. Yeah. I have to run away.
Oh, Sylvia, Debra, yeah, you're talking. Sylvia, so Mama Jimunila. Oh, this is nice. Brown never right, why? Now I'm a hobby, why? Mammy, what's in a millennium? I won. Maria, me shaking too. I come about the better. Okay, now we can the opposite of me. Why? Shadow not to me, now see I'm not yet. What do you answer? I walk as I wish I saw, sir. I have to wash your stock. Walk as I wish your stock is black. Yes, I come as one million and you are no one. As I was on another walk at Tantino. Oh, Africa, here we come. Number one. Yeah. Remember the word that you yes. There's over no one. Okay. I said, look at that wrong. What's all the past like Africa? Now, when don't trust your ugly mouth by the shadow. No, but I never got the red coming now, but the same thing. What's that for her? Oh, what? Yeah. But you know, one. I saw the meaning. Oh, Baba could I count? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me, respectfully, I invite you back into the hall. You can come in with your snack or your lunch. Let me put it that way. It's a cocktail lunch. Respectfully, may I invite the following persons to join me on stage: Ajua Ejechum, Ashley Scott, and Clara B. Arthur. Okay. Yours is the duty to walk us through this conversation on crypto and digital financial services, Ghana's VASP framework, and the diaspora opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a final boarding call for all joining us on the conversation on crypto. Boarding gate closes in the next 5 minutes. Latecomers will be punished. Madam Moderator, I can confidently confirm that once we begin the conversation, we shall have the full complement of the room. And so I beg you, in all the names of God and everything holy, please join me on stage as we welcome our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps a round of applause will motivate them. Make welcome my moderator and panelists for this conversation on crypto. Madam Ajua Ejechum, we're ready for you, together with Ashley Scott and Clara B. Arthur. Pleasure, Mike. I beg. Ajua.
Thank you so much.
in a reduction in fees. And so my job is to talk to central banks across the continent to, one, ensure that from a policy perspective, when they're trying to regulate this type of activity, that they're going into it with in-depth knowledge of the technology, but also on our side, holding certain being very sensitive to the monetary policy goals of each country within the continent as well.
Thank you so much. So for those of you, and that was really a good summary, both of you, thank you. I'll just do a quick background, again, for the average person that just wanted to get a better understanding. And then we go to questions, but we'll make this panel quite engaging. So I will open the floor for one or two questions later on as well. So digital assets, as we are aware, they're moving from a parallel retail market towards infrastructure of mainstream finance, and regulated stablecoins are increasingly being used for cross-border settlement, treasury management, and payouts, which they've already sort of explained. And tokenization is opening new routes into assets that have traditionally been difficult to access, and banks, payment companies, and public authorities are testing how these tools can operate within established financial systems. And so the central question is no longer whether blockchain-based finance exists, but how it can become safe and useful at institutional scale. And so we're going to go straight into the questions. Given your role, my first question to you is, where do stablecoins materially reduce time? So I'm going to go to Ashley. Materially reduce time and cost, and whether and where do compliance, FX conversion, and last mile distribution remain the dominant constraints?
First, what I want to acknowledge is that many of the countries within the continent of Africa already have a robust payments and banking system. You know, not only with Ghana, we work with Kenya has also brought on its own digital assets legislation. South Africa has also a regulatory sandbox. So where our focus is trade and remittance flows within the continent and global economic corridors that leave the continent into the US, also Europe, and the Middle East. So essentially, when you think of payments, they rely on a corresponding banking network and intermediaries, right? So you have multiple parties that you're dealing with in coordination, and it's not only just the movement of the money, but the coordination of like the KYC AML, so knowing who the customer is and sharing that information along the payment route. What USDC or payment stablecoins paired with blockchain technology is that it simplifies the payment flow and it brings it to a more personal level with retail customers. So once you receive your USDC, whether you purchase that from a bank that has some type of that provides it, or a cryptocurrency or exchange, or even, for example, MoneyGram offers USDC to its customers, you hold it in your own personal wallet. And from there, you're able to send it wallet to wallet on blockchain rails without intermediaries. So why is that important? One, it builds a level of competition because there's so many blockchains. So there's competition in speed, there's competition in fees, which are called the gas fees that you use. And then two, you have access to dollars in a way that there can be particular obstacles in being able to get those access to dollars in any given country. But what's really important and how we see this just kind of from a global economic standpoint is tokenizing local currencies in many different countries and being able to move in and out, because the money that's lost, right, when you think of merchants, they're often paying buffers to cover whatever money that's lost in foreign exchange when they're trying to pay for things. So when you use blockchain technology and create a diversity of currencies that are now tokenized, you now unlock a huge cost saving for merchants and trade flows and so on and so forth.
Thank you so much. So, Clara, I think my question for you is how can payment networks connect global digital dollars with African bank accounts, mobile money systems, and local currency liquidity at a dependable scale?
Okay, so thank you very much. Just to compliment Ashley, I like the latter part of what she said. The former was actually still making the US dollar very, very strong, because underneath all of this are still the settlement processes, which still comes back to the same US dollar that nobody has, but we still need to have cross-border trade. But if you talk about the fact that we can start having local, so a stablecoin, CD-backed, gold-backed, tokenization of resources that we have in Africa or in Ghana, then we can talk. But the work that we do at GIPS actually is the foundation she needs to work. So basically, what we would do is that at the end of all of this, when there's that process to be able to have the on-ramp or off-ramp, because even if you have a digital asset in any form, at some point in time, you would need fiat money. The beauty of having what they do in terms of all the USDT and the stable coins is the fact that transactions can flow. And I do agree with her that intermediaries, banking is fantastic. Old form of banking, amazing. We've moved on from barter systems to trade, but I think the whole idea about the fact that for you to send a transaction from Ghana or from Accra to Lagos because I want to buy an outfit should be easy. You know I would come to that, right? So I think what we're doing, and for me, I like the fact that in Ghana, this is one of the clear intermediaries or enabling the Virtual Assets Providers Act ahead of the game. Typically, central banks would catch up with innovation. We would take all the time because banking is cumbersome. There are legacy systems and all of that. So for me, the joy that Ghana has passed and Kenya has done, I know Nigeria has something in the offing, is the fact that with the Virtual Assets Providers Bill, we are trying to say, look, not necessarily regulate, because that's the word decentralized finance doesn't really like. We are not regulating. All we are saying is that we are trying to formalize what was in the past unformalized. In Ghana, as of 2025, the Securities and Exchange Commission had data to show over $10 billion of transactions, blockchain, all the different things. And I always say that it's a mindset change. Crypto is just a type of it. The whole idea is to have decentralized finance, whereby it's based on a blockchain technology. So whatever asset you create, whatever you tokenize, forms and it works on that rail. So what I just want to say is that we are not saying we're regulating, we're just saying let's formalize it. So in the case of Ghana, if you have a product that requires Securities and Exchange and you are in the sandbox there, when you do exit, at least we can formally say that all the remittances, whether in a tokenized form that is coming into the country, has been put to good use. So the Virtual Assets Act 2025, Act 1154, is just to say that we recognize you. And if we already recognize banks and we recognize non-banks, why don't we recognize virtual asset providers? And especially when we have all these assets that we can tokenize. So now in Ghana, we have a stable coin backed by gold being tokenized. It means that every Ghanaian out there in the diaspora can have that. In the past, for you to get $1, you had to go and queue in a banking branch. You had to have an ID. You had to have an address system. So I think we put in place mechanisms that made it hard for people to transact. It's a global village now. We sit in Ghana and we shop across. Or you sit in the US and you want to send stuff in. What we are doing in this space is to enable and make sure that cross-border transactions flow freely. We can take away all the intermediaries and ensure that transactions are completed. When all of that is done and the rails are there to handle the settlement. So, Adjoa, what we have done in Ghana is to actually ensure that that rail is there and to give investors the comfort that if you have a product that cuts across remittances, and we've seen the data from the US to Ghana is huge. What we are saying is that even if it comes in a decentralized form of finance, we have the infrastructure to support you. And that's what we have done in Ghana.
Well, thank you so much. I have a follow-up question for you, but I just wanted to see if there's any pressing questions from the audience. I don't know if there's a microphone.
Jerry, we need some help. Please come for the mic. I've got questions on the floor.
Okay, we found one. Okay, Dr. Chi. All right, you can go first and then he can speak. Dr.
I'll go
Chi,
first?
yes, please go
Okay,
ahead,
good.
because you're holding the mic.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is
Good
Chia
afternoon.
Borji. I'm the president and founder of a consulting firm, Alpha Cities Consulting, based here out of Washington, D.C. Wanted to congratulate the panel on, such a very important topic. And it's really important because, the barriers preventing inter-African trade are probably the biggest barriers we face within the continent. My question really has to do, how far have you gone with creating the awareness, sensitizing, especially the informal economy players? You talked about buying goods from Ghana to Accra. Such trade is usually amongst the informal sector operators, the market women, so what level of sensitization, what level of awareness have you been able to create and also empower, the less, quote unquote, the less accessible demographic within our communities so they can actually make you access this service?
I'll take the next question first. Thank you so much, Dr. Chi. That's actually a very, very, very important question. I will take the gentleman's question and then the one at the front row before we, that's actually very good.
Yeah. I know.
Kwesi Apoji. So, talking about digital transaction, how far are we in Ghana? Like if I have digital assets here, can I transfer it to Ghana to be able to execute it, like being Bitcoin or Ethereum? Has it been regularized in Ghana or is still in the process? What infrastructure do we have in place in the compliance sector?
Thank you.
Yeah, we can complement.
That's what I thought. So you take the first question and then you take the second question.
The goal of tokenizing, so you have to, let's think beyond crypto, right? And just think about tokenizations and mobile money. Most of us here, right, tap and pay with our credit cards, we Venmo each other, so on and so forth. We digitize our money, but essentially those rails are still run on traditional banking rails, right? And so the correspondent banking network, and something that's been I'm very passionate about, I worked on the Genius Act, which is the federal legislation within the United States that governs this type of activity, and within that, it's very unique in the sense of it asks for the U.S. Department of Treasury to create bilateral and reciprocal agreements with central banks across the world. So not only can a CD-denominated stablecoin come into U.S. borders, then USDC can come into the borders of Ghana. And essentially, the goal is to create those type of networks globally. So there's already legislation within the EU. We also have an EU-denominated stablecoin. The UK is coming online. The UAE already has some type of licensing. Now, you mentioned Ethereum and Bitcoin. The problem in using those types of cryptocurrencies in payments is that they are not of a stable value all the time. There is constant fluctuation minute by minute of the value of those cryptocurrencies. Why payment stablecoins are so popular is because they are pegged to the value of any local currency, and it is not just a digitized or mathematic type of pegging. There's actual fiat dollars to back it. So I should have said this at the outset. For every USDC that is out in the world, we have high quality liquid assets backing every single USDC. And what that means is we have a composition of about 10% of cash deposits that we hold at banks, and then 90% of short dated treasury bonds that we purchased here in the United States to back that digital token. So what you're getting is a digital representation of the dollar. I like to say it colloquially, we can pass a show me the money test. And in this case, I give immense appreciation to the Bank of Ghana and what they're doing in establishing this, because it would be the same of a CD-denominated stablecoin as well. As she mentioned, it would be backed by gold, it would be backed by CDs that are in actual banks. So there's creating a level of trust and financial stability that as people want to use this technology, that there's actually money to make those folks hold, and there's redemption capabilities as well.
Thank you, Ashley. And to answer your question directly, so now in Ghana, Sorry? Yes, to answer your question, and then I would come back
So we've eaten, we are full, we want to shake it up. I can walk to you and bring you upstage to shake it up with me. Are you ready? Yeah.
I think Eve is having fun next door.
Oh, okay.
So to answer your question, so in Ghana, the Virtual Assets Providers Act was passed in April. What we're doing now is actually have provide. So we are operationalizing it. I know sometimes it sounds big, but when you pass an act, you need to allow a process to carry everybody on. So as we sit here, we do have some providers in the sandbox who are testing. So your question is, if you have it here, can it work? It can only work because it's a limited test. But give it 3 to 6 months when they've operationalized it, then freely it would work. But I know now there are some providers in test who would accept it. So indeed, it's available. The work that we've done is to ensure that the exchange is there so that at the end of it or when they exit the sandbox, transactions can freely flow, just like you send transactions across bank accounts. So indeed, currently, the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Bank of Ghana have a team who are working on that. We do have some providers who are in test now in the sandbox with SEC. We do have some providers who are in test now in the sandbox at the Bank of Ghana. At the end of that process, when they all exit, they would be licensed and then you can freely transact. So that is the stage at which we are now when it comes to passing the Virtual Assets Providers Act in Ghana. To answer your question, ma'am, you are very right. I think sometimes financial literacy is where we drop the ball. We assume everybody in this room understands what a virtual asset is. We assume everybody in this room understands. I always say virtual asset, I can tokenize this if it's an asset. You understand it. I can sit here and like we've said in Ghana, we have worked in mobile money for a long time. Every mobile transaction or every one Ghana CD or mobile money is backed by fiat money. There's one Ghana CD sitting in a bank account and there's a one Ghana CD in electronic money. What we are trying to do is that we need to explain to people so they understand. What we are saying is that there's a stable coin backed by gold. What it allows everybody to do is that you can pay for goods and services with that. So what the Bank of Ghana is doing now, including the Securities and Exchange Commission, is to come up with an entire stakeholder engagement. I always tell people, I used to work at the UN, and one of the things we did so well was financial literacy. When I say financial literacy, what we did was go into the communities, like you mentioned, and the UN, we call them vulnerable groups. So we would identify women, we would identify small and growing businesses, we would identify even informal sectors. I personally worked on a project in Ghana where we actually translated financial literacy into local languages. So I would translate financial literacy on savings in Twi. I'll do that in Hausa. I'll do that in all the local, in the projects in Nzima. And that's the only way we manage to let people understand the concept of saving. So one of the things I am doing, because we maintain the payment rails, is to ensure that when we get to that stakeholder engagement, financial literacy would be key. We have to take the message to communities. And you know, payment is about a function of trust. If you don't trust a payment system, then we have failed. So one of the things we have to, and especially in decentralized financing, there's a lot of bad news out there, misinformation, disinformation, and all of that. So one of the things we are doing now is to ensure that we use this period as we operationalize the act to educate. So we're going to do a lot of town hall meetings, go into the communities, go into the markets, and have a whole financial literacy campaign whereby every Ghanaian understands the risk. We've just come out of the risk of electronic money and we are moving into virtual money. So we would have to take the conversation from physical money, which is the fiat currency, into the electronic money space and then move into the virtual asset space. But I would tell you that it's a lot of hard work, but it is doable. But the joy of being here is the fact that investors like yourself know that we've put one good foot forward. So it gives you that comfort that you can come into the country because you have an act and you have the infrastructure that would support your business.
Thank you so much. This is a very powerful response. And Dr. Chi is actually one of the advisory council members of our EBI Foundation, and that's some of the work that we're doing as well. So we will talk after that.
We should talk after this.
Definitely. Thank you so much. I think we've run out of time, so I'd like to, again, thank you, Ashley and Clara. Please, can we give a round of applause for them, for their incredible work? Thank you so much, and thank you to our MC. Thank you, we're done. Thank you very much, everyone. Bye-bye.
As they take a group photograph. It's been time well spent, 2 fruitful days of deliberations, and ladies and gentlemen, all we have to say is thank you to each and every one of you for sticking and staying with us to the end. It is said that coming together is the beginning, staying together certainly is progress, but most importantly, working together is what will ensure the success. We've heard a lot. It falls to us now to work together to actualize the dream of this summit of unlocking capital, of steering investment and shaping the future of our continent. Be the good Lord willing, we shall meet here next year or any other time when it's favorable. And when we do, we should be able to count the dividends that have accrued from all this talk and all the action we intend to put in place. I'm Jerry Ajololo, and on behalf of the Millennium Excellence Foundation and our great event organizers, please let's give it up for IC Publications. They have done a yeoman's job. Thank you for world-class production that you've brought to this event. We'd like to say a big thank you to each and every one of you. But until next time when we meet again, it is goodbye and Godspeed. But most importantly, God bless Africa.